Chapter 97. Antonio got out of the car and watched the explosion with Han Xiao. He lit up a cigar and laughed. I haven't seen such a beautiful scene in a long time. I've been sitting in the office for so long that I've almost forgotten what an explosion looks like. Then you can enjoy it. Han Xiao stretched his neck to relieve the fatigue from the chase. The fire finally died down. He and Antonio approached the explosion site. A strong, suffocating stench filled the air, mixed with the smell of burnt human bodies and poisonous gas. Oh my, I forgot about the poisonous gas. Han Xiao looked at the notification on the interface. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only retreat and wait for the poisonous gas to dissipate before cleaning up the battlefield. Ooh! A weak moan sounded. The still-alive Code 3 slowly crawled out. His limbs were blown apart, and his body was a mixture of red and black. He struggled to raise his head and stared at Han Xiao. Why? Han Xiao glanced at him. Without waiting for Code 3 to finish, he took out Berserk Eagle and blew his head off. The good guys were invincible in talking, and the bad guys died because they talked too much. There were more examples than the stars in the sky. To be honest, there was a moment when the great mechanic Han wanted to try and kill himself, but after thinking about it, he felt that he did not look like a good main character, so he directly attacked. This wave of EXP is quite good. 3, 5, 9, what kind of stupid name is that? Han Xiao looked at the interface with disdain. Wait a minute, there seemed to be an enemy missing from the kill information. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He looked around and suddenly fired at the ground 20 meters away. Bang! A black shadow jumped out from the sand. Ghostly Fox held a dagger and moved like a ghost. She stabbed the dagger at Antonio, who was closest to her. The martial arts school that she practiced had a simple earth burrowing technique. At the moment of the explosion, she hid in the sand and escaped. She originally wanted to hide, but seeing that Han Xiao had seen through her, she could only fight with her life. The dagger reflected the sunlight and flashed with a piercing cold light. Antonio narrowed his eyes and reached out with his thick arm. His large hand was like a bear's paw. Ghostly Fox dodged to the side. Her petite body made it easy for her. She circled behind Antonio and stabbed her dagger at his back. Suddenly, a black shadow enlarged in front of her eyes. A bear-like palm followed her like a shadow and grabbed her head, almost wrapping it around her head. Antonio threw the ghostly fox more than 10 meters away as if he was throwing a shot put. The huge force blasted a circle of ripples in the sand. Ghostly Fox's head was bleeding from the fall. She gritted her teeth as her petite body once again pounced forward. With Han Xiao by her side, she would only be killed if she tried to escape. She had no other choice. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Antonio was about to make a move, Han Xiao fired 2 guns at the same time, turning Ghost Fox into a sieve. You have killed Ghost Fox, LV-29. You have received 9,400 EXP, its level isn't low. Why is it so fragile? Han Xiao looked at her battle log and discovered that Ghostly Fox's main class was only level 8. The rest of her subclasses were all at the level of her subclasses. Moreover, her subclasses were all low level. It was no wonder that she was so weak. Antonio said helplessly, "Give me a chance to move my rusty body. The corpse is still warm. Go and move around." Han Xiao picked his nose. "You're so dirty." When the poisonous gas dispersed, Han Xiao stepped into the explosion zone and retrieved the EMP jammer buried in the ground. Han Xiao did not know that Yi Ju had grasped his movements, but he was used to making multiple plans. That night, he had not only set up 1 trap but also a total of 4 traps in different directions. Unless the enemy did not chase after him, he could lure at least one of them into the trap. "As long as you dare to chase after me, I'll kill you." After putting away the jammer, Han Xiao rummaged through the corpse and found a lot of guns and ammunition. These could all be sold for money. The biggest gain was the modified tank, Thorns. It could be used after the internal electronic components were repaired. Now, I can borrow some strength. Ghostly Fox has lost contact. 3 assassins in ambush, and they had the advantage of intelligence, but they still fell into the enemy's trap. Luo Qing's heart was heavy. The previous two teams had failed, and the modified Thorns was gone. Now, the stronghold was defenseless. It was a huge loss. Once again, Luo Qing contacted his backer and explained the situation in detail. The person on the other end of the phone said slowly, "You guys retreat first." Understood. After hanging up, Luo Qing organized his men to move the valuable resources to the vehicles and prepared to abandon the stronghold and retreat temporarily. This was not the first time Rose Militant faced danger. As long as they escaped for a few days, their backer would send more men over. By then, they would be able to regain their foothold. However, halfway through the transportation of the resources, an ear-piercing alarm sounded in the stronghold. Enemy attack. The mercenaries on the lookout post let out shrill cries. Luo was startled, and quickly ran to the lookout post. Looking into the distance, he saw a rolling sand dragon rapidly approaching, accompanied by dozens of Gatonian mercenaries' war chariots. Damn it, they're too fast. Rose Militant's forces were greatly damaged, and they would definitely be targeted by other forces. Gaton was the most likely enemy to take advantage of this situation. Leaving the stronghold was to avoid the hostility of other forces. However, the Gaton mercenaries were too fast. It could only be because someone had tipped them off. Luo Qing was furious. The Gaton mercenaries were attacking the stronghold from the front. If they drove away recklessly, it would turn into a chase, which would be even more dangerous. It was impossible to stop halfway. "Leader, what should we do?" Luo Qing made up his mind. Retaliate. Beat them up. The mercenaries of Rose Militant put down the resources in their hands and hurriedly returned to their respective fortifications. They controlled their machine guns and howitzers and fired at the Gaton mercenaries. The Gaton mercenaries did not back down and retaliated. Bullets flew back and forth, forming a deadly barrage. Countless shell casings fell onto the yellow sand, and many charred craters appeared on the sand like craters on the surface of the moon. Rose Militant's stronghold was well fortified. Even though they lacked manpower, they were able to withstand Gaton's attack. Behind the walls of the stronghold, Luo Qing was continuously commanding the mercenaries. Su Li walked over and whispered into his ear, "We're understaffed. 1/4 of the fortifications are unmanned. We're trapped in the stronghold. If other forces interfere, we'll be in a bad situation." As soon as she finished speaking, a loud engine sound came from afar. Luo Qing and Su Li's hearts skipped a beat. They recognized this engine sound. On the other side of the battlefield, Han Xiao was driving the ferocious-looking Thorns. He leaped down from the sand dune like a ferocious tiger. The car drew an arc in the air. The repaired exterior armor reflected the dazzling sunlight, and the idling wheels spun at an extremely high speed. The car crashed onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. The car sped up and charged toward the stronghold of Rose Militant with an imposing aura. "Isn't that the Thorns of Rose Militant?" Gaton narrowed his eyes and quickly ordered his subordinates to shrink their formation. He had a deep understanding of the firepower of Thorns. He thought that the pilot of Thorns was an enemy, so he was prepared to defend against Thorns from the flank. However, the people of Rose Militant were even more nervous than him. They knew the firepower of the Thorns better. Su Li shouted, "Stop him quickly. Don't let the Thorns get close to the stronghold." Luo Qing felt extremely wronged. The Thorns was their trump card in the past. Now, it was seized by someone else and used against them. What kind of behavior was this? It was like when someone stole your girlfriend, and the bastard even brought your girlfriend, or ex-girlfriend to show off in front of you. How could you tolerate this? Chapter 98. The machine guns and howitzers in the stronghold immediately aimed at the approaching Thorns. Seeing this, Gaton knew that Thorns was a friend and not a foe. He yelled, "The convoy at the side, make way for that uninvited guest." Gaton's convoy changed their formation and revealed a path to the main entrance of Rose Militant's stronghold. This would make it easier for Thorns to rush in. Han Xiao was the only one on Thorns. A few hours ago, he had killed the ghostly fox squad and repaired Thorns after returning to Fabian's stronghold. This time, he was going alone. The other forces in the Somar Desert would not let go of this opportunity when Rose Militant's forces were weak. He was the one who sent the message to Gatton so that he could take advantage of the situation. The howitzers, machine guns, and small missile launchers on Thorns were controlled by the aiming device on the dashboard. They had to be manually aimed, which meant that there was no fire control system installed. Many missiles were fired at them, and they dodged those that they could. If they could not, they would use the external armor to block them. Han Xiao aimed at a cannon on the wall of the stronghold and fired. The car shook violently as several small missiles and grenades smashed into the wall of the stronghold, bursting into dazzling flames. The cannon was blown into countless pieces and spiraled into the sky. In the stronghold, Luo Qing's face was pale. She had a feeling that the stronghold would be hard to defend. She called Su Li and whispered, "Take 5 people with you. We will retreat through the secret passage and give up on the stronghold." Su Li nodded and did not object. The mercenaries left behind in the stronghold were abandoned. They did not say anything and quietly retreated through the secret passage. As long as they survived, they could have as many mercenaries as they wanted. Their backer would send them more manpower. The mercenaries who were defending against the enemy did not know that they had been abandoned. They conscientiously controlled the cannon to block Gatton's convoy and Thorns. The sound of cannons filled their ears, and smoke and flames filled their vision. They could not hear their comrades' shouts at all. Everyone was like a reef under the waves, fighting alone. Boom! Dozens of grenades and rocket launchers were fired at the same time. The battered metal door finally could not bear the burden and was blown away. The door was wide open. "Charge in." Gatton was overjoyed. The convoy entered one after another, and the Gatton mercenaries swept through the interior of the stronghold with their assault rifles. The mercenaries of Rose Militant were unable to launch an effective counterattack. Whenever they tried to leave the turrets, they would be shot full of holes. Han Xiao drove Thorns in and took out his berserk eagle. Gatton's men glanced at him but did not stop him. Han Xiao moved swiftly. His black windbreaker fluttered like a cape as he moved. He was like a black ghost wandering around the battlefield. He quickly walked around the base of Rose Militant. 2 of the Rose Militant's mercenaries were shot in the head by Han Xiao. One of them was quite pretty. If she wore a bikini, she would be a beautiful sight on the beach. Han Xiao regretted his decision. If he had known this would happen, he would not have shot her. After looking around, Han Xiao did not see the leader of the Rose Militant. He frowned as he realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. There should be a secret passage. Battles broke out every day in the Somar Desert. It was not surprising that the Rose Militant had left a secret passage for themselves. Han Xiao soon found something unusual. Luo and her men had left in a hurry and left behind footprints. He followed the footprints and found a cellar hidden under the floor. It was dark inside, and there was a damp smell of water. An underground river? Han Xiao threw a torch into the cellar. It was about 5 meters deep. After confirming that there was no danger, he jumped in. The underground of the Rose Militant stronghold was a huge rock mountain. Under the cellar was a tunnel that had been dug out. It looked like a mine tunnel in a mine. Wooden frames supported the rock walls. It was dark in front of him, and there was no light source. There were clear footprints on the sand that led to the front. Han Xiao reached out and touched the rock wall. It was moist and cold. There might be an underground river nearby. The situation in front of him was not clear. He thought for a while and took out the spider detector that he always carried with him. He placed it on the ground and activated it through his tablet. The little mechanical spider stood upright like a soldier waiting for orders. "I'll call you Spider Number 1. After giving it a cool name as usual, Han Xiao controlled Spider Number 1 to enter the tunnel. The images captured by the camera were displayed on the tablet. Spider Number 1's camera had a night vision function. After walking for a while, Spider Number 1 suddenly bumped into the rock wall and reached the end of the tunnel. After confirming that there was no danger in the tunnel, Han Xiao took out his flashlight and walked to the end of the tunnel. As expected, there was a secret door above his head. He opened it and a cloud of sand fell down. Han Xiao peeked out and saw a slanted cave outside the cellar. Sunlight shone in through the opening of the cave, and there were wool tracks on the ground. 3 steps turned into 2 steps as he walked out of the cave. His eyes suddenly opened up. This was a weathered rock formation. Looking into the distance, he could see the outline of the stronghold in the distance. 2 tracks left behind in the desert from another direction. The remaining members of the Rose Militant have escaped. I have to catch up with them. With that thought in mind, Han Xiao put away spider number 1 and returned to the stronghold through the tunnel. He was ready to chase after them with thorns. In the stronghold, Gatton had wiped out all the mercenaries from the Rose Militant. He was disassembling all the resources and taking them away. When he saw Han Xiao, they slowed down and focused their attention on him. Han Xiao's heart sank. Gatton led a group of mercenaries to surround thorns. Han Xiao quietly touched his gun and walked over. He said in a low voice, "Excuse me. Who are you?" Gatton looked at Han Xiao from head to toe. He seemed to be deep in thought. "That's not important. Please move away from my car." "Your car." Gatton glanced at thorns and revealed a playful smile. He gave a signal with his eyes, and the surrounding mercenaries slowly surrounded them. They looked like they were ready to draw their guns at any moment. Gatton chuckled. He stared at Han Xiao and asked again, "Is this your car?" The threat was obvious in his words. It was as if he would beat Han Xiao up if he did not know what was good for him. Swoosh. Han Xiao did not say anything. He slid 3 meters forward in an instant. Like an unsheathed sword, he pointed at Gatton's forehead. He was as fast as a swallow and as black as lightning. So fast. The surrounding mercenaries were shocked. They quickly raised their guns and aimed at Han Xiao. Han Xiao's burst of speed made them very nervous. Furthermore, their boss was pointed at by a gun, so they did not dare to shoot. The situation was in a stalemate. Gatton did not panic or fear when a gun was pointed at his forehead. He was a ruthless person who lived on the edge of his blade. He sneered. "If you want to threaten me to make my men put down their guns, you can save your energy." Han Xiao ignored the guns around him and said calmly, "You've already guessed my identity. The boss behind you wouldn't want the Dragon King Temple to be washed away by the flood." Gatton's expression changed slightly. He frowned and pondered for almost a minute. As the atmosphere became more and more tense, he suddenly waved his hand and ordered his men to put down their guns. He forced a smile and said, "Looks like this is really your car." Han Xiao raised the Mad Eagle, unmoved. Seeing this, Gatton leaned to the side and opened up a path for him. Han Xiao finally moved. He brushed past Gatton and got into thorns. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Not a bad try." He stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Gatton watched the car disappear into the distance and stopped smiling. He turned around and saw his men staring at him. He said unhappily, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and move the things." Although he was envious of thorns, he was not willing to take the risk of angering the boss behind him. Gatton guessed that Han Xiao was an assassin who accepted the bounty, so he could be considered half of his own people. Since Han Xiao had pointed it out, he could not do anything. If he ruined the boss's plans, he would end up badly. Chapter 99. Han Xiao followed the tracks, and all he could see was a boundless desert. The tracks left behind by Luo Qing and the rest were as obvious as the folds on a piece of white paper. The radar showed their current location so that he would not get lost. They were currently heading towards the outer edge of the Somar Desert. The weather calendar showed that a sandstorm had occurred in this area not long ago. The monotonous desert scenery made Han Xiao feel tired. After chasing for more than half an hour, an off-road vehicle suddenly appeared in the distance. He was instantly energized. "I finally caught up." The Rose Militant members in the off-road vehicle also noticed Han Xiao. "It's thorns," Su Li exclaimed. Luo Qing's face tensed up. He quickly looked around and realized that there was only one vehicle chasing after them. He was instantly enraged. "You dare to chase after us alone? Do you think we are easy targets? Turn around." Boom. Boom. Thorns fired at full power, and the grenades and missiles chased after Luo Qing. Luo Qing retracted his head and said awkwardly, "Ahem, Let's run for a while and wait for them to finish firing. Sparks flew all the way as the two cars chased each other across the sand dunes. The worn-out pilgrims trudged across the sand dunes with difficulty. The leading old pilgrim was panting heavily, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. He untied his water bottle from the back of his horse and gulped down a mouthful of water. However, he could not quench his thirst and fatigue. The old pilgrim turned around and looked at the group. Everyone looked listless, and the remaining few were the last of the pilgrims. The old pilgrim recalled the time when he was young. Tens of thousands of his compatriots had embarked on this journey. After years of hardship, only 20 of them were left. Some had died, and some had given up. Sometimes, the old pilgrim could not help but doubt the existence of Felonia. However, if he gave up, he would be denying his many years of perseverance. The sound of engines could be heard from afar. Han Xiao and the Rose militants' vehicles appeared in their field of vision. The pilgrims were not surprised. When they saw that the two vehicles had no intention of crashing into them, they were relieved. They stood still and waited for the two vehicles to leave. At this time, a small missile missed again and hit a patch of sand. At this time, a sudden change occurred. The ground suddenly shook. At the place where the missile exploded, the desert caved in, and the quicksand slid down, revealing a black hole. The hole kept expanding, like the mouth of the earth. The appearance of the quicksand proved that there was a huge hole under the desert. What is that? The pilgrim looked in the direction of the cave, his mouth wide open. You have discovered the hidden location, Felonia 08. You have gained 1000 exploration EXP, bounty hunter, Rose militant, hidden requirement met. Han Xiao almost slipped and overturned the car. What the hell? How could he be so unlucky? How can I waste my luck in such a place? How can I fix this? The quicksand cave was still expanding. He recalled that a sandstorm had passed by here a few days ago. Perhaps it was because of the change in the sand layer that his cannon had caused a chain reaction. Although he was curious about what Felonia was, it was more important for him to kill Rose militant. He left a mark on the coordinate radar and continued to chase. The two vehicles sped away quickly. The old pilgrim's hands were trembling. He was excited and called out to his companions behind him. That must be Felonia. Let's go there quickly. The pilgrims were excited. They could not wait and walked towards the cave that was gradually stabilizing. Felonia's treasure. Felonia's treasure. The old pilgrim mumbled to himself as tears streamed down his cheeks. He felt that his years of persistence were finally paying off. After chasing for a few more kilometers, Thorns ran out of ammunition. No matter how fierce the firepower was, it was bound to run out eventually. However, Han Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. This chase was finally coming to an end. Those ladies in front should stop now. If they don't stop, they will be too cowardly. That guy is finally done shooting. Su Li was the creator of Thorns. She immediately noticed that something was wrong with Thorns. Luo Qing heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, "Turn around." The two vehicles were about 400 meters apart. Han Xiao had already stopped his vehicle. When he saw Rose militant's off-road vehicle turn around, he smiled and kept shooting with his sniper rifle. 400 meters was enough for him to shoot 8 to 10 shots. 4 bullets pierced through the bulletproof glass. The 5th bullet was aimed at the driver. Luo Qing, who was in the passenger seat, raised her hand and blocked the front of the driver. The bullet seemed to have hit an invisible barrier. A ripple of white light appeared in the air. The bullet was flattened by the recoil and turned into a metal cake that floated in the air. A force field mutant. Han Xiao squinted his eyes. He felt that this was a tricky situation. Although there were many strange mutants, some people could awaken similar mutants. The force field mutant was a big branch of mutants. Force field, elemental control, physique enhancement, and transformation were all common mutants. The force field mutant was able to control objects from a distance. They could form barriers out of thin air and condense invisible collisions. It was a natural counter to gunners. With that in mind, Han Xiao immediately stuffed a Haim bullet into his mouth and fired again. Luo Qing blocked the bullet with her force field like before. The bullet was flattened and released a light green poisonous gas. Everyone in the vehicle was poisoned. They felt dizzy, their chests were tight, and their HP dropped continuously. Han Xiao knew from the battle information that Luo Qing was also at level 30 like him. Her force field mutant had not reached the stage where she could control gases. The next bullet was a high explosive one. It set the interior of the vehicle ablaze. However, it was quickly extinguished by the fire extinguisher. This was a vehicle used for escape. There was a fire extinguisher in the vehicle to prevent accidents. Han Xiao's plan to force the enemy to abandon the vehicle had failed. However, he was not discouraged. He fired another 2 HAIM bullets. The Rose militants' off-road vehicle was surrounded by a thick green poisonous gas. It looked like a plague tank. After a few shots, the enemy was only 100 meters away from him. Han Xiao put away his gun, stepped on the accelerator, and rammed into the off-road vehicle. Su Li's expression changed slightly. She quickly said, "Get out of the way. Thorn's armor is too thick. We can't ram through it." The driver heard her and quickly turned the steering wheel. He wanted to brush past Thorns. Han Xiao saw this and turned in the same direction. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. He only brushed past the rear of the off-road vehicle. He wanted to wreck the enemy's off-road vehicle so that he could use Thorns to kite the enemy. However, the Rose militant reacted in time and dodged his attack. Luo Qing realized that even though Thorns had run out of ammunition, it was not a toothless tiger. She suppressed her anger and said, "Forget it. Let's not waste time with him." The off-road vehicle turned around and ran for a few meters. Luo Qing realized that Thorns did not chase after them. She thought that Han Xiao had given up. She heaved a sigh of relief. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll let you go this time. When the reinforcements arrive, it will be your time to die." Just as she finished her thought, an invisible wave spread out from Thorns. The off-road vehicle suddenly lost its power and slid a few meters. It was paralyzed on the spot, and the people in the vehicle fell onto the ground. In the backseat of Thorns, Han Xiao activated the electromagnetic pulse interference device. Thorns lost its power as a result. Han Xiao sighed. This was the last resort to prevent the enemy from escaping. He did not want to use it, but seeing that Luo Qing did not have the guts to stay and beat him up, he could only watch helplessly. Even if Thorns could be repaired, it would take at least 10 minutes. Then, it would be a battle between humans. Electromagnetic pulse. The vehicle broke down. Luo Qing's mind buzzed. She had been tricked time and time again. She could no longer suppress her anger. She got out of the vehicle and charged forward. The force field erupted from her feet. Every step she took allowed her to cross a few meters. She was like a cannonball as she dashed toward Han Xiao. The force field around her flickered. "Do you want to die so badly?" Chapter 100. Han Xiao turned around and ran, turning back to shoot at Luo Qing with HAIM bullets, kiting him. Luo raised her hands and pushed them forward as she ran, releasing a stable force field in front of her to block the bullets. Every time she was hit, a circle of white light would burst out. The force field was a natural counter to gunners, but the poisonous gas of the HAIM bullets made Luo Qing's HP drop slowly. Moreover, a small part of the impact of the force field was transmitted to Luo Qing. Although it was reduced by more than 95%, it was still a damage. Luo Qing's anger rose, and her murderous aura was so dense that it almost liquefied. Speaking of which, if her murderous aura really liquefied, she would probably look like a fountain right now. After Han Xiao fired the 13th bullet, Luo Qing closed in on him, and this kiting took away more than 100 HP from her. If the Esper did not specialize in defense, they were basically fragile. Luo Qing's force field was both offensive and defensive, but if she faced Han Xiao head-on, who was protected by the magnetically controlled retractable armor, she would be knocked around in minutes. Luo Qing noticed this as soon as they started fighting. Han Xiao suddenly pulled out his retractable katana. With the katana in his right hand and the mechanical arm in his left, he fearlessly clashed with her. Luo Qing immediately condensed her force field and smashed it on Han Xiao's head. However, she found that a thin metal armor appeared on his body and turned into a helmet in the blink of an eye. Han Xiao only tilted his head back slightly and blocked the impact of the force field. With the katana in his right hand and the fist in his left, he tore apart Luo Qing's force field. The two fought fiercely, and the force field was constantly emitting white light waves. Even Pan Kuang, who was close to level 40, was defeated in close combat, so it was impossible for Luo Qing to deal much damage to him. However, the force field ability was more troublesome. It could attack from any angle without warning, interrupting Han Xiao's attacks many times. Force field throw. Han Xiao suddenly felt an invisible force hit his knee. Luo Qing took the opportunity to open up a distance. Her breasts were undulating, and her lungs were burning. The high-intensity battle had drained her stamina. Espers consumed a lot of stamina, and she had squeezed out stamina many times to replenish her energy. She was exhausted and looked at Han Xiao in shock. This sniper was 2F** king good at fighting. He was even more difficult to deal with than a pugilist. Tut, tut, tut. The remaining mercenaries of Rose Militant had finally closed in on him. The first thing they did was to focus their fire on Han Xiao, but he managed to evade their attacks with slide-step consecutive shots. Han Xiao activated Overload, and with a series of continuous attacks from his Berserk Eagle, the mercenaries fell to the ground with blood spurting out of their mouths. Only Su Li managed to dodge the attack. His movements were vigorous, and he had the free and easy demeanor of a martial artist. He wore a pair of specially made black gloves. On the gloves were patterns that looked like an electronic motherboard. They were currently shining with a dazzling blue light. Han Xiao's sharp senses felt a trace of danger. Mechanical pugilist. Su Li quickly closed in on him and pressed her hand forward. Her movements were light and weak. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly narrowed as he recognized the origin of the gloves. Su Li's threat level increased tremendously in his heart. He quickly turned around and dodged. He did not dare to face her head-on. He focused his two guns on Su Li, wanting to get rid of her first. However, Luo Qing immediately closed in on him and blocked the bullets with her force field. The three of them fought endlessly in the desert. Su Li's gloves made Han Xiao's movements somewhat restricted. The two women quickly discovered this point and used it to their advantage, quickly gaining the upper hand. The situation gradually developed in a direction that was disadvantageous to Han Xiao. If I don't pay a price, it will be difficult to get rid of these two. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly closed in on Su Li. He had always been fearful of Su Li's gloves. This sudden collision stunned Su Li for a moment. Her gloves subconsciously pressed on the magnetically controlled retractable armor on Han Xiao's chest. The electric current and the high temperature suddenly exploded. The durability of the retractable armor dropped by almost 100 points in an instant. This was the first time the magnetically controlled retractable armor had lost so much durability in one hit. Han Xiao's chest was burning. The temperature had exceeded the heat resistance of the magnetically controlled retractable armor and hurt his body. He did not have time to look at the interface. Taking advantage of the short moment when he was close enough, he stabbed Su Li's chest with the wind cutter blade. Facing Su Li's shocked eyes, the Berserk Eagle fired crazily at her forehead. Mechanics without armor were very fragile. All the bullets in the Berserk Eagle's magazine were shot out. Bang! 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 I'm going to lift your skull. Kill one first. Luo Qing roared and took the opportunity to hit Han Xiao's back. A sharp pain came from his spine, as if it was about to be broken. Han Xiao endured the pain and slid forward. He turned around and emptied the bullets of the Berserk Eagle. He focused on Luo Qing's legs. Luo Qing's energy was almost depleted after the battle just now. She was like an arrow at the end of its flight. After the sneak attack, she did not have enough energy to keep up with the attack. The bullets broke through her force field and pierced through her knee. Luo Qing's expression changed drastically. She knew very well how fatal it would be to lose one's mobility when facing a sniper. In a hurry, she wanted to end the battle in one go. She gathered all her force field and wanted to injure Han Xiao's legs. However, the moment Han Xiao succeeded, he pulled away. The force field exploded where he was originally standing, creating a huge crater. Luo Qing's heart sank. Her legs were injured, and she was now a target. Han Xiao was sniping from afar, and she could only passively block. Her energy would eventually run out. Despair appeared in her heart. It's over. Bang! 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 From afar, Han Xiao shot steadily with his sniper rifle, wearing down Luo Qing's energy one shot at a time. Under her unwilling and angry eyes, Han Xiao shot her in the head. You have killed Luo Qing, LV-30. You have received 12,000 EXP. You have received thermoelectric cutting gloves, X2. The theory behind this pair of gloves was based on basic thermodynamics, which he had not learned yet. There was a miniature thermoelectric converter inside, and the energy source was a high-energy battery. It consumed a lot of energy, but it was very powerful. It also dealt bonus damage to metals. The spoils of war were naturally taken by Han Xiao. Speaking of which, this seemed to be the first time that his equipment had been dropped by a mechanic-class enemy. Mechanical pugilists used one or a few types of melee machines as the core of their battle, and they developed special skills around the weapons. Su Li's combat style was relatively low-level mechanical pugilists, and she only relied on the power of her equipment. Some mechanical pugilists' equipment had their own skills, and they could only be used when certain conditions were met. Among the 4 blueprints that Old Man Lu had given him, one of them was a piece of equipment with its own skills. The mission had been completed, and all that was left was to go back and hand in the reward. Han Xiao thought about Felonia and decided to go back and take a look. He turned off the EMP interference device and checked the precise parts of thorns that had been burned. He calculated that it would take about 15 minutes to fix the car, so he immediately got to work. There seems to be a group of wanderers near Felonia. I wonder how they are doing now. Han Xiao thought to himself. Half an hour earlier, the entrance to Felonia was a fault in the cliff. The pilgrims climbed along the cliff to the bottom. It was pitch black in front of them, and they could only vaguely feel that they were in a space that looked like a corridor. There were narrow walls on both sides, and there was an extended tunnel in front of them. A young pilgrim turned on his flashlight and saw his surroundings clearly. Everyone's jaws dropped, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Chapter 101. While repairing the vehicle, Han Xiao was also reflecting on the problems he had exposed in the battle. His current combat mode was mainly sniping, and the best strategy was to kite. However, his movement speed was not fast, so he should create some gadgets to increase his speed. The power leg was a good choice, but Han Xiao felt that it was too cumbersome. Coincidentally, with his current level and knowledge, he could create a new and more agile gadget. He felt that he could further improve his combat mode. For example, he could form a robot team to provide firepower support to make up for the weakness of his sniping attack speed. After all, the mechanic class was a wholesale manufacturer of equipment, so he could provide whatever he lacked. After quickly repairing the vehicle, Han Xiao drove Thorns back to the entrance of Felonia following the coordinates marked on the radar. He immediately saw a series of footprints that extended to the edge of the cave and disappeared. After thinking for a while, he knew that the group of wanderers had gone down first. If it were a normal person, they might be worried that the good stuff inside would be taken away by others. However, Han Xiao felt that it was better this way. There were people helping him to detect the mines. Standing at the edge of the cave, Han Xiao looked down. The rock walls were clearly layered. At the intersection of the sun and the darkness, he could vaguely see rusty metal extending downwards. There are traces of man-made excavation on the rock walls. There is a fishy smell in the wind, the smell of rust. I have never seen this place before. Let's go down and take a look. Han Xiao had brought all his equipment. With the flashlight in his mouth, he climbed down the rock walls and shone the flashlight down from time to time. As he got further and further away from the ground, the sun gradually disappeared. He realized that the rock walls were curved. Soon, the sun disappeared, and the surroundings were dark. The only source of light was the flashlight. This gloomy atmosphere made Han Xiao alert. He felt a chill in his heart. He wished that he could slow down his heartbeat so that he could relax. After climbing for about 3 minutes, the flashlight finally shone on the ground. It was a hollow metal floor. It was covered in dust, and there were thick spider webs in the gaps. No one had stepped on this floor for a long time. Han Xiao landed on the ground with a thud. The sound echoed far away. In this pitch-black environment, it was very quiet and creepy. The surroundings were dark and empty. The flashlight was like an isolated island in a dark sea. Rustling sounds came from the darkness, as if the sound of landing had attracted the attention of some unknown existence. He scanned his surroundings with the flashlight and found himself in a metal corridor. It seemed to be built in the style of a base. There were reinforced concrete everywhere, and the walls were covered with yellow-green rust oxide. There were strange soft-bodied insects crawling in the rust. The hollow metal plate on the ground was covered in dust, and a series of new footprints extended forward, presumably from the group of pilgrims who had gone first. There should still be space below the metal floor. Han Xiao turned the flashlight to his feet and saw the scene below. Through the hollow metal plate under his feet, countless densely packed red compound eyes stared at him silently in the darkness. F***CK. Han Xiao's scalp went numb. He hurriedly retracted the light and listed the lower floor as a forbidden area. He carefully followed the footprints of the pilgrims. The surroundings were silent, and he could vaguely hear the rustling sounds of creatures crawling. When he listened carefully, they disappeared without a trace. It was very strange, and he could not help but feel nervous. After walking for a short distance, a fork appeared in front of him. The pilgrim's footprints disappeared at the fork on the right. Just as he was hesitating, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the fork on the right. It seemed that many people were running in panic and were rapidly approaching. Han Xiao quickly hid at the fork on the other side. He turned off the flashlight and put on the night vision goggles from Fabian. Run, run, monster! The pilgrims ran out of the fork in panic, as if they were running away from some unknown existence. Their clothes were stained with blood, and the number of people had decreased. What are they running away from? Han Xiao was puzzled. Suddenly, a beast-like roar came from the other side of the fork next door. It was hoarse and heavy, like the sigh of a giant. The echo buzzed. Just hearing this sound made his qi and blood surge. Disgust rose in his chest and he was secretly frightened. This is the pressure of a high-level shapeshifter. It is definitely above level 40. The group of pilgrims were terrified. They did not know what terrifying existence they had seen. They used their hands and feet to crawl back in panic. However, the monster did not seem to have come out. The pilgrims sat down weakly, as if they had just survived a disaster. The monster did not make any sound of footsteps. Han Xiao remembered this in his heart. Joel was eaten by the monster. Boo-hoo! This place is too scary. The old pilgrim trembled, and his expression was dejected. It was as if his spirit had been sucked away. He said, "This is not Felonia. There is nothing here that we want. Let's leave this place quickly and find the real relic." A legendary magic relic should be filled with mystery and ancient aura, engraved with countless mysterious lines that he could not understand, and the main body of the relic should be stone. However, this was just a man-made steel base. He saw the emblem of the country that had passed away on the wall. This was a secret military base of the old country. The pilgrims were silent. A young man opened his mouth and said, "Maybe this is the real Felonia." The old country found the relic and built a base here in order to research the treasure of the desert. The treasure of the desert, the legendary treasure of Felonia, could control the Somar Desert. The old pilgrim shook his head and smiled bitterly. Impossible. If the old country had the treasure of the desert, it would not have been destroyed. This is not the place we are looking for. The real relic of Felonia is still hidden in a corner of the desert, the old pilgrim said firmly. The pilgrims supported each other and left. After listening to their discussion, Han Xiao finally solved some of his doubts. As far as he knew, there was no magic in the blue star. The so-called treasure of the desert could only be the result of some technological weapons. But people always have an inexplicable confidence and unrealistic fantasy about mysterious things that they do not understand. This reminded him of a story. When the flood came, a man prayed to the gods on the roof of his house. God sent a boat to save him, but he only hoped for a miracle. He did not know why the pilgrims believed that Felonia was related to magic, but it did not seem to have anything to do with him. Or was this a hint for another hidden mission? After calming himself down, Han Xiao waited until the pilgrims were far away before he showed himself. He was hesitant when facing the fork. The pilgrims had pointed out that there was a monster on the right, which was very dangerous. However, the left was unknown and could be even more dangerous. How should he choose? According to my experience, the pilgrims were acting as the guides of the dungeon. They had pointed out that there was a monster on the right. This was an obvious signal, but it could have two meanings. The first was to warn me not to go to the right because there was a monster. The second was to mislead me into going to the left. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and decided to go to the right. The unknown was scarier than the monster. He still remembered that there were many red eyes on the lower level. If he encountered those things, even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. He put on the thermal cutting gloves and did not use the flashlight. Instead, he used the night vision goggles and entered the fork on the right. His vision was dark green, and he could barely see the road ahead. There were huge footprints on the ground that were different from those of a human. They were probably left by the monster. It also had 2 legs and 5 toes. According to the height ratio of a human, this monster was about 3 meters tall. After walking for a while, a room with an open door appeared in front of him. The monster's footprints extended to the door and stopped abruptly. Han Xiao quietly approached the door and smelled a stench. It smelled like rotting meat and a hint of fresh blood. He stuck his head in and looked inside. A pair of bell-sized eyes were staring at him from a height less than half a meter away. Chapter 102. The magnetically controlled retractable armor was on standby. Han Xiao was ready to fight or escape. However, the owner of this pair of giant eyes was only looking in the direction of the door. It stood there motionless as if it did not see Han Xiao. Photophobia? Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. Luckily, he did not turn on the flashlight. Otherwise, he would have followed in the footsteps of the pilgrims. This monster was more than 3 meters tall. Its body was barely recognizable as a human. Its body was covered with bulging muscles. The layers of muscles were like small hills, but there was no sense of strength or beauty. It was like a bloated mountain of flesh. It only made people feel disgusted. The muscles were rotting, and there were even holes in some places. There were white and fat maggots crawling leisurely in the rotting flesh. Compared to the huge body, the head and neck were very small. The skin was pulled by the bulging muscles, and the facial features were extremely out of place. It looked very impactful. People could not help but think of words like deformed, painted ghost, and solar night. Han Xiao glanced at the layout of the room. There were a bunch of medical equipment and 4 experiment pods that he did not know what they were for. 2 of them were squashed flat, one had its door open, and the other was closed. The experimental pod was connected to a transparent container. There were only traces of dried fluorescent light left in the container. He carefully retreated. Seeing that the monster did not move, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued to move forward along the corridor. Soon, he encountered the second and third metal doors, but they were all blocked by the rusty alloy door. The card reader beside the door was almost rusted into iron slag and was completely scrapped. Han Xiao did not give up. He struggled to open the card reader and look at the model. He could not tell. That was not important. This should be a secret military base from decades ago. But for some reason, it was abandoned. It seems to be a biochemical experiment. It looks like it failed, or maybe it succeeded. That muscular guy does not look like a normal creature. Wait, this corridor is too long. How big is this base? The dark corridor was silent, and the deeper they went, the more the darkness seemed to condense. The vision range of the night vision goggles could only reach up to 5 meters away. Any further and it would be pitch black. Han Xiao was glad that he didn't have claustrophobia or deep-sea phobia. The sense of crisis was like the tip of a knife hanging in front of him. Even with Han Xiao's big heart, he felt cold sweat coming out from all parts of his body. This was completely the instinctive reaction of a living creature in the face of an unknown danger. Being too nervous would affect the emergency response. He hurriedly said in his heart, "My heart is as clear as ice. I won't be alarmed even if the sky collapses. I'll be calm when the wind blows." He didn't know what he was talking about, but he wasn't that nervous anymore. Along the way, he passed by more than a dozen doors. Only the door of the first room that the monster was in was open. The rest were sealed. Suddenly, they reached the end of the corridor. There was an even bigger door, which should be the main room. The alloy door was only lowered by a third, so they could enter. This was the second room that they could enter. According to the principles of the dungeon, they should be able to find some useful information here. The room seemed to be a large laboratory. There were rusted equipment everywhere. In the middle of the room was a row of experiment cabins similar to the first room. Looks like there's no danger. The dust choked him, and the smell of decay was pungent. A corpse was lying beside the experiment table. It had already dried up. There were pieces of cloth hanging from the body. It was vaguely possible that it used to be a white coat. Han Xiao found a file on the table beside the corpse. He reached out to sweep the dust away, trying to find some useful information. He looked at it and realized that it was a diary. July 13th, the professor made the 67th modification of the Felonia serum. He injected it into the mice for the experiment. The effect was very satisfactory. It finally met our expectations for the serum. If there are no abnormal reactions, we can start the human experiment. July 17th, the mouse test subject died. Another failure. The cause of death was organ failure. Experiment appendix, torn. The professor seemed very depressed. He locked himself in the room. When I passed by, I heard the sound of him smashing things. July 20th, the professor insisted on the human experiment. The higher-ups approved the professor's request. This is crazy. Did he forget the consequences of the failure of test subject number 000? Experiment appendix, torn. July 26th, the base issued a new rule. All researchers are to hand in any electronic devices and are not allowed to connect to the external network. Has the situation outside deteriorated to this extent? August 5th, this is the 7th day after test subject number 008 was injected with the Felonia serum. The test subject is doing well. There are no abnormal changes, but the professor is very disappointed. August 11th, the higher-ups asked us to evacuate. I heard that the battle was very bad. They want to preserve the remaining forces. Everyone is very scared, including the professor. No one wants to believe that we lost the war. Actually, I was already mentally prepared. Previously, the number of soldiers in the base had been decreasing. I knew that was because the front line had suffered heavy losses. Damn it. If I didn't change my profession from being a field doctor, I wouldn't be trapped in this depressing base. Everyone's face is lifeless. I can't see any vitality. I hate this place. August 14th, we will evacuate tomorrow. We will take refuge in Base 03. Time is tight. All the test data of the Felonia serum has been backed up. The original data has been destroyed. The guards were really rude. They seemed to be preparing to self-destruct the base. The professor took a few samples of the Felonia serum and destroyed the rest of the serum. The records ended here. Han Xiao flipped to the front again. There was no other valuable information. Many pages were torn. The corpses beside the wall showed that this group of people didn't evacuate. Some accidents happened between August 14th and 15th, which led to a large number of deaths. Most of them died in the lower levels of the base. Those red compound eyes were the eyes of the desert worm. What is the Felonia serum? Han Xiao was curious. He suddenly remembered that the fluorescent liquid in the experiment chamber in the first room had dried up. It should be the residue of the serum. The experiment diary said that the professor had the serum. The corpses were most likely in the lower levels. Han Xiao didn't want to enter the forbidden area. It seemed that there was no chance for him to get the serum. Looks like I didn't find anything this time. Han Xiao shook his head. He looked up and held his breath. He saw a black box on the table in the middle of the room. He quickly walked up to it and opened the lid. There were 3 tubes of fluorescent liquid inside. At this moment, a string of ancient sayings rushed into his mind. At the end of the mountain and the river, there is no road, but at the end of the tunnel, there is always a village. You wear out iron shoes in vain, only to find it by chance. Suddenly looking back, that person is in the waning light. Looking at the body at his feet, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Could this be the professor? He grabbed the 3 tubes of liquid and sized them up. How can this color be called a serum? You have received Phelonia serum, incomplete, X3 Phelonia serum, incomplete, a type of biochemical medicine that strengthens the body. It is not perfect yet. There is a chance of mutation after use. P.S. This may be the last 3 tubes of Phelonia serum. A biochemical potion. The side effects of an imperfect potion are very serious. This is an unfinished product. If I use it, I'll probably become like that muscular stick. That's too scary. Han Xiao shuddered. There shouldn't be anything else here. I should leave quickly. This place is too creepy. Han Xiao turned around and suddenly realized that the muscular stick had appeared behind him without him noticing. It was staring at him from above without making a sound. Chapter 103. The monster raised its thick arm and smashed it down like it was swatting a fly. The huge force caused the air pressure to suffocate Han Xiao, and the stench assaulted his nostrils. Han Xiao's reaction was lightning fast. He slid like a loach and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. The strong wind blew his hair into a mess. The monster's palm hit the ground with a loud bang. A hole was formed in the ground, and a circle of dust was raised. Han Xiao quickly held his breath and squinted to prevent the dust from flying in. He pulled out the berserk eagle and fired. The bullet hit the monster's rotten flesh, and the stench of pus splashed out. You have dealt 57 damage to test subject 002. You have entered combat mode. Based on your level, you have received the following information. Test subject 002 level, 42 class, low-level biological aberration, END to HP conversion ratio, 1:100, attributes, 65 SDR, 20 DEX, 60 END, 90, 1 INT, MYS? Charm. Luck. Energy, 0 energy rank. Health points, 1854 7800, continuous decay, status, severe decay, -25 DEF, -30 END, severe deterioration of all senses talent, low-level aberration, +5 SDR, +10 END, intermediate strengthened life, additional increase in HP conversion ratio, 130. Skills, silent walk, LV12, smash, LV8, charge, LV5. The level cap of all professions was not 10. Some high-end professions and special professions had a higher level cap. Biological aberration was a special type of profession. Han Xiao fired both guns consecutively. The large-caliber penetrating bullets bombarded test subject 002's body, creating bullet holes. The sound of gunfire could be heard from afar. After making such a big commotion, I have to end this quickly. Han Xiaoxin's heart sank. Fortunately, test subject 002's condition was very bad. If it was full health, he would have turned around and run immediately. Test subject 002 did not seem to feel any pain. It lowered its head and rushed over in large strides. It gave Han Xiao the feeling of a steam locomotive crashing into him. This caused his heart to involuntarily shrink. Han Xiao sheathed his gun and pulled out his katana. The retractable katana slashed viciously at the monster's head. With a clang, the katana penetrated the monster's skull, causing pus to splatter everywhere. He had also taken a lot of damage from test subject 002's collision. He only had time to put his hands in front of him to block the attack. He felt like he was facing a charging rhinoceros head-on. He couldn't stabilize his body and stumbled backward, knocking over 2 test benches. His arms were in great pain, and his chest was filled with a stifling sensation. The contusion status appeared on the interface. The katana was embedded in test subject 002's skull, and yellowish-white pus continuously flowed out from the wound. The monster opened its bloody mouth wide as if it was roaring, but its decayed vocal cords could only produce hoarse cries. Both of its fists carried a strong gust of wind and dust with them. However, Han Xiao could clearly see the trajectory of the attack. His 48 points of dexterity were more than double the monster's. The collision just now was clearly the monster's skill, and it could not be used continuously. Han Xiao also took the opportunity to test whether the enemy had any vital points. The conclusion was very clear. This monster really did not have a brain. Even if its head was chopped off, it could still move. Han Xiao brushed his fists and dodged. He quickly went behind test subject 002. He rubbed his palms together and activated the thermoelectric incisor gloves. He pressed them on the back of test subject 002's heart. The surface of the gloves lit up with a dazzling blue and white light. It was extremely dazzling in the dark. The contact area exploded with an extremely high temperature, quickly burning through the rotting flesh of the monster. A burnt smell quickly filled the air. His palms sank into a viscous organ. He violently stirred, and white smoke rose from the wound. Test subject 002 kept waving its arms, but Han Xiao narrowly avoided all of them. The thermoelectric incisor glove's continuous damage was extremely high. In just 10 seconds, it had dealt no less than 800 damage. It almost burned through test subject 002's body. Suddenly, the gloves flickered a few times, and the light dimmed. They had run out of energy. The high-energy battery could only support the operation of the gloves for a few minutes. Su Li had been fighting with these gloves for a long time, and there was only a trace of energy left. Han Xiao quickly retreated and used his dexterity to fight. This big guy was like a low-level beast with no intelligence at all. Although its attributes were high, Han Xiao's dexterity made it easy for him to deal with it. Only tackle posed a threat. With the help of the terrain and obstacles, Han Xiao finally killed test subject 002 one shot after another. The monster swayed around like a drunk and fell down with a loud bang. Pus slowly flowed out from the muzzles all over its body. You have killed test subject 002, LV42. You have received 32,000 EXP. As you have killed a target 10 levels above you, you have received an additional 280% EXP. Total EXP, 89600. Your damage output, 23.7%. You have received an additional 21235, 23.7%. EXP. The rustling sound became louder and louder, as if it was right next to his ears. There were many densely packed appendages coming out from the gaps of the hollowed-out metal plates under his feet. Han Xiao's expression suddenly changed. He ran back the way he came. There was a loud sound of metal colliding with metal in the distance, accompanied by a beast-like roar. He could vaguely see something moving toward him. All signs indicated that he had triggered some sort of event by killing this monster. The one that Han Xiao had killed was test subject 002, and the diary stated that the last test subject was 008. There were a few more monsters like 002, and they might even be stronger. They were wandering around some corner of the base. Now that he had gotten what he wanted, if he didn't run now, was he going to stay for the new year? Surrounded by all kinds of noises, Han Xiao ran as fast as he could. Fortunately, he was not in any danger. He quickly climbed up the cliff and returned to the surface. The sun shone on his body, and his tense nerves gradually relaxed. The atmosphere in the abandoned base was too gloomy. The sense of danger everywhere made him feel as if he was walking on a tightrope. Only now did he feel better. In his arms were the 3 vials of Felonia serum. Han Xiao was not sure how valuable they were, but now was not the time to check his loot. It would not take long for the various forces in Soma to discover the abnormality in this place. With that in mind, Han Xiao immediately drove away. An hour after he left, many vehicles arrived at the entrance of Felonia and surrounded the entrance of the cave. The leaders of the various forces hurriedly informed their financial backers, while the armed forces stared at each other covetously. The financial backers had given the order to explore the place first. Therefore, the armed forces temporarily stopped fighting and sent out small teams into the base. The dark and gloomy atmosphere was slightly diluted. There are desert worms in the lower level. Ask the people above to send down the flamethrowers. Someone was holding a cone-shaped flamethrower and burning the dead insects through the hollow metal board, making ear-piercing screeching noises. The smell of roasted insect meat mixed with the rotten smell of the base was nauseating. The desert worms were about 40 to 80 centimeters long. They looked like centipedes with shells on their backs. There were tentacles and red compound eyes on their heads. Their chelicerae were strong enough to break a human's bones and were used for feeding. There were thousands of desert worms in the abandoned base, and they soon started to counterattack. The worms climbed to the upper level and swept in from both ends of the tunnel. The mercenaries temporarily formed an alliance and formed a defensive base. They used flamethrowers and bullets to repel the worms. When the situation was stabilized, the worms suddenly dispersed. A few rotting giant bodies rushed out. They walked silently and knocked away a few mercenaries while braving the flames and bullets. They created a gap in the mercenaries' formation. The mercenaries were shocked. What the hell is this? It's disgusting. Quickly fill in the gaps. F***CK, the worms are coming in. Kill the monsters first. Wait, there are 3 more monsters. Requesting firepower support. I repeat, requesting firepower support. The sound of gunfire lasted for a long time before it turned into a deathly silence. The ground was littered with burnt worm corpses and bullet casings. The few test subjects were riddled with holes. The mercenaries had suffered heavy losses, but at least the battle was over. Gatton kicked a test subject's corpse and thought to himself, this seems to be a biochemical test subject. After tidying up the battlefield, the mercenaries began to explore the base from top to bottom. They blasted open the sealed rooms, but they didn't find much. Most of the things inside were rusty experimental equipment. There were, however, some paper records of the base that had been plundered. The most valuable things were the traces of the dried blood serum and the test subjects' corpses. The people behind these mercenaries needed these things. They might be able to find a specialized biochemical laboratory to replicate the effects of the serum. However, from the looks of the test subjects' deformities, the serum was still incomplete. When the mercenaries arrived at the large laboratory where Han Xiao had been, they were stunned. There was a new test subject, 002, lying there with fresh wounds. Someone beat us to it. Chapter 104. The trip to the Somar Desert had come to an end. The time limit for the mission was 15 days, but Han Xiao had only spent 6 days to complete it. The Fabian Corporation's transport plane landed at the Morning Wind City Airport. Han Xiao immediately rushed to Hotel Vitalia and went to the Blood Pact Society's floor to submit the mission. The waiter quickly reported, and the person in charge personally came to receive him. In a separate VIP room, Han Xiao leaned on the sofa and waited for the person in charge to confirm the mission details. On a certain floor, a darknet recorder opened the Rose Militant's bounty page and wrote down the latest information. 688, 4. 1, codename, Mr. Black, net, mission completed, time, 688. 4. 7-inch mission cancelled. This information was sent to the database. At the same time, all the assassins in the Blood Pact Society received a message informing them that the Rose Militant's bounty had been cancelled. Mr. Black, your bounty mission has been verified. We will transfer the reward to your account. Ding. Han Xiao looked at his computer and saw that his account had increased by 3 million. He had more than 5 million in his bank account. He realized that doing bounties was really quick to earn money. It was even faster than making machines. The players who had completed the Rose Militant mission in the past seemed to be a small team of 15. Everyone shared the reward, but Han Xiao had completed it alone and earned a lot. You have completed, Bounty Hunter, Rose Militant. You have received 150,000 EXP, hidden requirements, Felonia project discovery has been completed. You have received 250,000 EXP. You have received a special reward, intermediate gene blending potion, 37% low concentration, X1 Blood Pact Society's favorability increased by 550 points. Current neutral, 551000, Scorp's level assassin. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. The gene blending potion was an unconventional game item. Its function was to reduce the failure rate and mutation rate of the biochemical potion. Biochemical potions were a common type of potion that increased one's attributes. However, any biochemical potion had its own risks. There was a chance of lowering one's attributes and causing mutation. Biochemical potions also conflicted with each other. The gene blending potion could make up for the shortcomings of the biochemical potion to a certain extent. I see. If I didn't enter the abandoned base and didn't find the Felonia serum, this unknown reward wouldn't have been effective. Han Xiao figured out the crux of the matter. The reward was linked to his actions. This was an additional reward for the exploration. The 002 test subject was equivalent to a mini-boss guarding the serum. His cautious behavior during exploration allowed him to avoid many difficult checkpoints. The footprints of the pilgrims were a guide. If he ignored the guide and went in the opposite direction, he would be surrounded by a bunch of experimental subjects and desert worms. If he chose the left side because he was afraid of monsters, he would miss the opportunity to obtain the serum. If he entered the right corridor with the flashlight, he would trigger the battle of test subject 002 at the first door. The narrow space of the corridor made it impossible to dodge, so it was difficult to move forward. He could only exit the corridor. If one was greedy and wanted to continue exploring after obtaining the serum, the consequences would be the same as the first rule. This reward was truly a pleasant surprise. Han Xiao couldn't wait to study it. After handing in the mission, he was about to leave when the person in charge suddenly said, "Mr. Black, may I ask if you can stay in Morning Wind City for the next 2 days? There's an important guest who wants to see you." Honored guest? Han Xiao was puzzled. The messenger of the Rothschild family, the client of the Rose Militants bounty mission. He wishes to meet you. Could it be that he's here for Felonia? Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Please tell him that I'm happy to meet him. The person in charge was overjoyed. Okay. After leaving Hotel Victoria, Han Xiao returned to Antonio's base and went straight to the workshop that was temporarily allocated to him. He took out a tube of Felonia serum and the low-concentration gene-blending agent that was rewarded by the mission. The Felonia serum had a fluorescent yellow color. It was well sealed and had not deteriorated even after a few decades. Low-concentration gene-blending agent. Silver specks sparkled in the solution, and it was as viscous as mercury. To use or not to use it? That was the question. The Felonia serum was a hidden item that he had never seen before. However, the mid-level gene-blending agent could greatly reduce the risk and was very reliable. Han Xiao calculated the success rate and the losses. In the end, he decided to do it. With the gene-blending agent, even if the serum failed, he would not become a muscle dummy like the experimental subjects. He took out a syringe and a catheter, inserted it into the vein in his arm, and injected the gene-blending agent. A cool feeling flowed through his blood and circulated throughout his body. It was as refreshing as eating ice cream on a hot summer day. Even his soul felt calmer. The gene-blending agent was harmless to the body. If it was not activated by the biochemical agent, it would gradually dissipate. Han Xiao took a deep breath and started to inject the Felonia serum. The fluorescent agent was injected into his blood through the catheter. The swelling sensation exploded in his body. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. His whole body was in so much pain that he could not control it. He felt as if his body had exploded into a paste. His bones were crushed, his veins were torn, and his flesh was melting. The inhumane pain struck his brain again and again, and he almost fainted. When players used items and created machines, there was a limit to the amount of pain they could feel. However, he wanted to experience it in real life. Of course, to him, the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. He had already gained a lot from it, but he had to bear the cost of 100% of his senses. After an unknown amount of time, the pain slowly subsided. Han Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. He let out a deep breath. He felt that his nerves had been severely damaged. He lowered his head and looked at his body. Luckily, he did not become muscular. He still looked the same as before, and he still looked as handsome as before. He did not have the energy to look at the interface just now. Only now did he realize that the interface was flooded with messages. You have used the Felonia serum, incomplete. Assimilation progress, 12%. Mutation test. Test passed. Gene blending agent reduces failure rate. You have used the Felonia serum, incomplete. Assimilation progress, 46%. Mutation test pass. You have used the Felonia serum, incomplete. Assimilation progress, 73%. Mutation test pass. You have used the Felonia serum, incomplete. Assimilation progress, 100%. Assimilation complete. Compatibility, excellent. You have received 3 SDR and 5 END. You have received the talent, elementary strengthened life. Han Xiao's body trembled. He looked at the interface in disbelief. There was a new talent, elementary strengthened life. This is a molding talent. Han Xiao was shocked. There was a very special type of talent called molding talents. At least to his knowledge, he had never heard of a player obtaining a molding talent. Molding talents were exclusive to NPCs and bosses. They were extremely powerful and rare even for NPCs. The effect of elementary strengthened life increased his health points from endurance. The ratio was 1:15. In other words, he now had 66 points of endurance, which was equivalent to 990 extra health points. His health points had almost doubled. He now had more than 2,000 health points. Furthermore, this effect increased his health points along with his endurance. At level 30, his health points were already more than 2,000. Even the level 38 pugilist Pan Kuang did not have as much health as he did now. Is it because my template is an NPC? Han Xiao guessed. He could even issue missions to players. It was not impossible for him to have a molding talent. If a player used the Felonia serum, they would only gain attribute points and would not awaken any talents. If this talent is paired with my magnetically controlled armor and future mechanical armor, I'll be able to make my enemies vomit. Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. He was very satisfied with this talent. His health had increased by a large margin. The rewards from this mission were quite bountiful. Mission rewards, killing enemies, and crafting rewards had accumulated more than 700,000 experience point. He counted the blueprints. There were 19 of them. He only needed one more to complete the class change mission. Han Xiao thought for a while and decided to create equipment that increased his movement speed. Do you wish to proceed with knowledge fusion, LV4 basic electromagnetic theory, LV3 basic energy theory, LV4 basic mechanical engineering, LV2? 20,000 experience points. There were quite a few blueprints for this combination. Han Xiao was not sure if he could get the equipment he wanted. He planned to try the fusion 3 times. If he could not get the equipment after 3 tries, he would try to create his own. On the 3rd try, he got the equipment that met his requirements, the skateboard shoes. Han Xiao scratched his head. One of the first 2 blueprints was completely useless. He could not say whether he was lucky or not. Being able to fuse the blueprints saved him a lot of time. The full name of the skateboard shoes was electromagnetic levitation power boots. It could be used alone or mounted on a small mechanical suit. It could greatly increase one's movement speed without hindering one's ability to dodge attacks. The other 2 blueprints were coincidentally created. One of them was called Swarm, and the other was called Heart. You have completed the class change mission. Class change successful. You have received a new class, Trainee Mechanic. Plus 50 energy, plus 1 DEX, plus 1 END, plus 4 INT. You have received 3 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential point. You have learned Fine Repair. You have learned Intermediate Strengthening. The two core skills of the mechanic class, repair and strengthening, had finally evolved. The trainee mechanic class was the third stage of the mechanic class. It did not require a lot of experience points to level up from level 1 because it was a class with a maximum level of 15. Han Xiao leveled up 3 times in a row. His total level was 34, and he put all his free attribute points into intelligence as usual. Han Xiao still had some experience points left. After thinking about it, he decided to level up sliding shot. This skill had helped him many times. Furthermore, the mechanic class lacked combat skills, so every active skill was very important. He was not in a hurry to level up overload. The effect of level 1 was already strong enough. Sliding shot was leveled up to level 4, and its effect was stronger. At the same time, the energy cost was increased to 8 points. Han Xiao now had almost 900 points of energy, which was very plentiful. He used up all his experience points again. The huge amount of experience points had been exchanged for combat power. His energy rank was over 500, and with the help of his machinery, it was close to 700. With his current strength, he could easily defeat Pan Kuang without Norsa's character summon card. Chapter 105. With a large sum of money in his pocket, Han Xiao could afford to spend lavishly. He bought a new batch of parts from Fabian. One day later, Han Xiao used his advanced skills to strengthen all his equipment and created a new piece of equipment with a new blueprint. The electromagnetic skate shoes looked like a pair of metal boots. The heels and soles of the shoes were equipped with a special device that could reduce the friction on the ground by using the effect of a special electromagnetic field. The high-energy battery inside the boots would provide power, allowing the user to skate on all kinds of terrains like ice skating. The speed was comparable to that of a car, and the energy could support the maximum power for 20 minutes. He painted the hover boots in black and silver. It looked very fashionable. He also added a layer of breathable mesh and a sponge pad. The outside was covered with a layer of leather. It was very comfortable to wear and could be worn during normal times. There was no need to change into it during battle. Soon, the Rothschild family came looking for him. In Hotel Vitalia, Alphonse was sitting in the VIP room with his hands on his knees, waiting for the arrival of the guest. The door opened, and Han Xiao walked in. Alphonse stood up and extended his hand elegantly. His voice was mellow and magnetic. "Alphonse, I am from the Rothschild family. I have something to discuss with you." Han Xiao extended his hand and shook his hand. He felt Alphonse's thumb pressing on his hand. He shook it steadily and firmly. This kind of handshake was a habit of a person in a high position. It was a territorial gesture that gave the feeling of wanting to control the other party. Han Xiao was very familiar with this kind of handshake. His old man shook hands with others like this. The principle was actually very simple. It was like how a pervert would scratch the back of a girl's hand when he shook hands with her. Different positions, occupations, and identities had different habits. Subordinates who asked for help from their superiors, men who wanted to show their gentlemanliness in front of women, strangers who met for the first time, and two people who were in a high position fighting openly and secretly. Alphonse's position was obviously not a simple messenger. Han Xiao had already guessed the purpose of the Rothschild family's visit. The two of them sat down, and Alphonse said, "The Rose Militant's bounty has been out for almost 3 years. Countless assassins have returned empty-handed. Mr. Black, I am very surprised that you were able to complete it alone. You flatter me. It's just a normal operation. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." "You don't sound like you're not worth mentioning," Alphonse thought to himself. The two of them exchanged a few words casually. Han Xiao went straight to the point. "Our relationship is only that of an employer and an assassin. We have nothing to do with each other once the mission is completed. Obviously, you're not looking for me for the reward." "You guessed right. I'm looking for you to ask you some questions." Alphonse nodded and suddenly leaned forward. This action gave him a sense of oppression. He stared at Han Xiao and asked in a deep voice, "Did you go to an abandoned base in the Soma Desert?" As Alphonse spoke, He observed Han Xiao's expression and eyes. If Han Xiao showed any hesitation, he would immediately know if he was lying. His family had found out about the research project from the experiment log in the abandoned base, and they placed great importance on it. If he could get his hands on the Felonia serum, he might be able to discover something extraordinary. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao directly took out a tube of fluorescent yellow serum, placed it on the table, and said indifferently, "Name a price." Alphonse was stunned. He did not expect Han Xiao to be so straightforward. "This thing is useless to me. Since you want it, pay for it." Alphonse glanced at the serum. He was not worried that Han Xiao was lying. Those who dared to cheat the Rothschild family of their money were all dead. "How much do you want?" "That depends on your sincerity." Han Xiao chuckled and acted mysterious. This attitude gave Alphonse a headache. He hoped that Han Xiao did not know the value of the Felonia serum. However, judging from Han Xiao's reaction, he seemed to know the value of the serum. After hesitating for a long time, he gave a price that showed his sincerity but was not high enough. 1 million. Negotiations always started with a low price. Alphonse was prepared to pay a high price. There was no such thing as killing and robbing. They were all civilized people. Han Xiao stared at Alphonse for a while before saying slowly, "You don't seem to be sincere with this price." Alphonse was preparing for the negotiation. "I agree. These 2 vials of serum have been stored for decades. I'm not sure if they still have any effect. The value has been greatly reduced." Wait, you agreed?" Alphonse was stunned. Han Xiao pushed the serum to Alphonse and chuckled. "Let's be friends." Alphonse thought that he was going to pay a high price, but Han Xiao's action made him feel good about him. Alphonse put away the serum and said, "The payment will be transferred to your account soon. You will also gain the friendship of the Rothschild family. You have unlocked a new faction reputation. The Rothschild family's favorability towards you has increased by 1,800 points. Rothschild family, friendly, 1-800-3000, Han Xiao smiled. Giving up some money in exchange for the Rothschild family's faction reputation was a good deal. Money could be earned again, but the opportunity to start a new faction was fleeting. Some tycoons and corporations had existed since the old era. After the baptism of war, some had died out, while others had become more established. Their influence spread throughout the military, politics, and business of their respective countries. The Rothschild family was such an existence, and there was a lot of profit to be made. To the players, this was a support faction, and they could purchase some rare items and services. The Rothschild family was one of the Darknet's allies, and this was equivalent to finding a hidden backer in the organization. There were many benefits. Without the gene-blending agent, the Felonia serum could no longer be used. It was better to sell it in exchange for other benefits. He still kept a vial of the serum in his hand. Another million entered his account, and he now had 6 million in savings. Just looking at the numbers did not make much sense. For example, players in version 1.0 would be considered rich if they had more than 200,000 in savings when they reached level 30. Over 1 million was an astronomical figure. Only the assets of large guilds could reach that amount. The transaction was completed, and the atmosphere was much more harmonious. Han Xiao asked, "What's Felonia?" He was puzzled as to why a single vial of the serum would attract the attention of so many forces. Alphonse was in a good mood. He explained, there was a country in the Somar Desert that was involved in the Old Era's war. They started a large-scale research project called the Felonia Project. The name was taken from a legend in that country. The specific plan was to build many military bases and conduct research in more than 10 different fields. The serum you have is one of the research projects. Han Xiao was enlightened. So that's how it is. I thought there really was a magic ruin. Alphonse laughed. How can there be magic in this world? You're thinking too much. Han Xiao could only chuckle. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, there shouldn't be any magic on the Blue Star, but what's with this premonition? This was a dark and deep underground cave. There was no light source, and it was unknown how deep the cave was. Fine sand would occasionally fall from the cracks between the rocks. A wind that should not exist reverberated in the cave. It was like breathing, and there was a faint rumbling sound that sounded like muffled thunder. Suddenly, 6 oval-shaped lights lit up in the dark. They were golden and arranged in 2 rows. They were symmetrical and neat. There was no reference object around them, but by visual inspection, the diameter of each light was no less than 10 meters. The lights flashed very quickly, as if they were blinking. Chapter 106. Alphonse gave the phone to Han Xiao. "This is my number. Call me if you need anything." Han Xiao knocked on the table and said, "I have some questions. I want to increase my authority in the Blood Pact Society as soon as possible. Do you have any suggestions?" Alphonse thought for a while and decided to return the favor to Han Xiao. He asked the waiter to bring over the Blood Pact Society's computer and showed a file to Han Xiao. At the top of the file, there was a clear sign that said, "Do not read without permission." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked down. Internal enlistment order, not public, recruitment target, Blood Pact Society assassins, dark grade and above, contract mercenaries, 2-star and above, current number of participants, 18 assassins, 245 mercenaries. Mission location, River Valley Manor, east of Stardragon, outside Seagull City, 20 miles north. Mission details: guard River Valley Manor and protect, data hidden, internal recruitment order. Only dark grade assassins and above will be recruited. You are now a Scorpion grade assassin, so it is against the rules to participate in this mission. However, I can help you behind the scenes. Once the mission is completed, you will be promoted to dark grade. When you arrive at the location, someone will inform you of the details of the mission. Han Xiao thought to himself. With so many people participating, it would probably be a small-scale battle. He remembered that he could trigger another mission in Seagull City that was easy but had high rewards. He could go there on the way. Let's go take a look first. Han Xiao made up his mind. I didn't expect to return to Stardragon so soon. Luckily, I won't be recognized. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. When he left Division 13, the faction relationship on the interface did not change. This meant that Division 13 did not see him as an enemy. There was still some time before his departure, so he returned to the Fabian organization base and built the machine that he had always wanted to build. Second-generation Ranger, combat type, robot quality, dark green basic attributes, 2200 armor, 37 defense, 168 power level, 83 km/h maximum movement speed, 640 energy height, 1 meters weight, 830 pounds. Control method, low-level smart chip, program setting, enemy detection, energy source, high energy battery pack X4. Combat consumption, 6 energy minute, low intensity, 15 energy minute, full power, core power, 310-320 brain module, intelligent fire control system. Power usage, 30i module, electromagnetic scanning lens. Allows you to see through obstacles. Power usage, 1.5 right arm module, large caliber triple-barreled machine gun. Attack 70-85. Fire rate 3. 5s capacity 30+90, bullet chain. Output level 75. Power usage 40. Left arm module, large caliber triple-barreled machine gun as above skeleton module, K600 power endoskeleton. Provides 30 SDR power usage, 40 leg module, triangular track wheels plus shockproof air suspension. Reduces impact from harsh terrain and increases movement speed. Power usage, 1.5 chest module, mini honeycomb rocket launcher. Equipped with mini rockets, attack 180 to 230, explosive damage. Capacity, 6 rounds. Power usage, 110 abdomen module, magazine, mini rocket launcher X12, additional ammo chain 200, power usage 20 additional ability, volley burst, launch a volley of attacks at the enemy. Plus 7% damage additional ability, platinum alloy increases armor value and reduces physical damage by 11% additional ability. Self-destruct deals 340 to 510 fire damage within a 40-meter radius. Destroys after use. Remarks: Human tank. The Rangers that were built this time were much more technologically advanced. They were equipped with smart chips, platinum alloy armor, high-energy batteries, and even more powerful firepower. Now that Han Xiao was much wealthier than when he first entered the Western capital, he did not need to count with his fingers anymore. The cost of a single second-generation Ranger was more than 200,000, and this was even after he had saved a lot of parts due to his technological advancements. At his level, it was impossible for a player like him to play with it. The second-generation Ranger could be used as a mobile fortress, but because the processing chip was not enough to perform three-dimensional tactical thinking and battlefield analysis, it did not have any unique abilities. The powerful combat Rangers could provide firepower support and AoE attacks. Even if they ran out of ammo, the K600 power endoskeleton gave the second-generation Rangers close combat strength. At the very least, they could be used to ram people at full speed. They also had the ability to self-destruct. Now, I can build the Rangers on a large scale, but I can't carry them around. I should find a secret base. Although this type of turret-like robot has powerful firepower, it is not suitable for fast and agile battlefield changes. It can only be used for positional warfare. The main problems are its mobility, core power, and chip processing. I need advanced knowledge, but I don't have the chance yet. I can only maintain the sniper combat mode and continue to improve the sniper. The idea of a robot army could not be formed yet. There were gaps in funding and technology. Han Xiao's large equipment was stored in the Fabian Group's warehouse and transported by plane. This time, he spent 50,000 renminbi to use the Fabian Group's transport service. No one would be as spendthrift as him. The Western capital was the capital of Stardragon, and Seagull City was an important city in the east of Stardragon. It was huge and had been attacked by a beast tide in history. It suffered heavy losses, but it received help from the entire country and became an important city in the east. A monument that was dozens of meters tall stood in the center of the city. It was engraved with the names of all the victims who resisted the beast tide. During the Old Era War, Seagull City was attacked by the German organization on a large scale. Once again, it received help from everywhere and became even more prosperous. This phenomenon was very strange. It was full of disasters, but it developed quickly. The people of Stardragon thought that this was a good sign. It meant that even if Stardragon suffered setbacks, it would become stronger and stronger. The spirit of Seagull appeared many times in the annual leadership meetings and news broadcasts. The plane landed in Seagull City's airport. Every city had to pass through the checkpoints to enter and leave the city, but they had to obtain permission from the airport control station to land in the air. The Fabian Group's plane had the permission to land in the airports of every city in Stardragon. It was considered a private plane. As long as the players had a high enough affinity with the faction, they could also buy it. Speaking of which, why are you here again? Han Xiao turned to look at Antonio. Antonio took a puff of the cigar in his hand and laughed. Unfortunately, the Fabian Group does not have any assets in Seagull City. We can't provide you with any services. We can only lend you the transport plane as a temporary workshop and warehouse. Oh, I see. Han Xiao understood. Suddenly, he realized that he did not have a car to lend. He suddenly felt a headache. He was still a few dozen miles away from the mission location, River Valley Manor. Did he have to resort to the unethical act of stealing cars again? He did have a Thorns, but the problem was that if he were to drive this car on the streets, he would probably be followed by dozens of police cars and a few explosion-proof special police vehicles in less than 10 minutes. As the old saying went, if there was a problem, look for the masses. Han Xiao borrowed a car from a kind-hearted and generous person. He passed through the checkpoint, left the city, and went straight to River Valley Manor. 20 miles north of Seagull City was a small forest with a small river flowing through it. This small forest was inhabited by gentle and small beasts, so it was not very dangerous. The River Valley Manor was located in a shallow river valley in the forest. It was built by the river. This was what Han Xiao saw on the map. When he drove into the forest, it was already afternoon. The lazy sunlight shone through the gaps in the forest, creating a peaceful and natural atmosphere. The sound of the engine startled a few spotted deer that were sleeping. He suddenly wrinkled his nose and smelled a faint pungent smell. After quickly filtering out the humus and bird feces in his mind, he found a memory of a similar smell. His eyes flashed. This is the smell of guns that haven't dispersed yet. A battle broke out here not long ago. To prevent any misunderstandings, Han Xiao stopped the car, took his equipment, and walked. His current appearance was that of a middle-aged man in a black windbreaker who was carrying a guitar case. He looked like a depressed wandering musician. In fact, he stored the folded Red Falcon sniper rifle and the lightweight mechanical arm. The Berserk Eagle and magazine were hidden under his clothes, and the magnetically controlled retractable armor was hidden close to his body. There was a retractable knife hanging on his waist, and the gloves on his hands were the inactive thermal cutting gloves. He wore silver-gray electromagnetic skateboard boots that were the same size as normal boots. The leather was sewn on the outside, and one would not be able to see the metal material in the boots without pressing them personally. As for Windcutter, Thorns, and second-generation Ranger, he did not bring them with him. After walking for a while, he saw clear signs of battle around him. There were burn marks from explosions, scattered bullet casings, ruts, and even burnt car shells. There was more than one. It was clear that the battle was fierce. He could already see the shallow river outside the forest, and River Valley Manor came into view. Han Xiao was about to walk over when he suddenly stopped. The next moment, there was a bullet hole in the ground in front of him. If he had walked forward just now, he would have been hit in the calf. The shot was clearly a warning. Chapter 107. Han Xiao squatted down and dug out the bullet from the ground. He looked at it and realized that it was an armor-piercing bullet. The people in River Cove Manor were probably his own people, so this shot was just a warning shot. Otherwise, it would have been aimed at a vital point. Han Xiao thought about it and took out a bronze coin from his pocket. He raised it and waved it. The snipers in the manor would definitely be able to see it through their scopes. This coin was given to him by Alphonse before he left. He said that it was proof to identify his teammates. After waiting for a minute, Han Xiao walked forward again. This time, no one fired. He successfully arrived at the entrance of River Cove Manor. He realized that the manor had been modified. Countless iron plates were nailed to the outer walls, covering the interior of the manor tightly. There were traces of explosion on the plates. The door opened, and Han Xiao walked in. The layout of River Cove Manor unfolded in front of him. It was very spacious and could be divided into the inner and outer layers. The outer layer was a variety of fortifications. Fully armed mercenaries came and went, patrolling everywhere with guns in their hands. They chatted loudly and were boorish, unlike the taciturn soldiers. The inner layer was the central area. The Fountain Garden Villa was surrounded by black railings, separating the inner and outer layers. Through the railings, he saw that there was no one in the villa and the garden. It was as if no one lived there. "Newcomer, you're an assassin, right?" A burly black man called out to Han Xiao. He was the one who opened the door. Han Xiao looked at his skin color and felt that this black man was the best candidate to blow up the fortress at night, provided that he was naked. The black man did not care about Han Xiao's reaction. He turned on the walkie-talkie and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Chen Li, there's a new assassin. Come and get him. Wait for me, I'm on my way." A cursing voice came from the walkie-talkie. The yellow-skinned mercenary named Chen Li quickly arrived at the entrance. He first gave the black man the middle finger, then looked at Han Xiao and sized him up. "Come with me." Han Xiao followed Chen Li to the southeast side of River Cove Manor. From Chen Li, Han Xiao learned about the defensive layout of River Cove Manor. It was divided into 3 sides. The west side faced the river. The attackers might attack on a yacht, but they would be easy targets on the river. The other 2 sides were southeast and northeast respectively. The overall defensive layout was a triangle. Chen Li was the person in charge of the mercenaries in the southeast. "What kind of assassin are you?" Chen Li asked. "Sniper type." "That's good. We need a long-range attacker." Last time, there was an assassin who only knew how to assassinate at close range. He wasn't useful at all. Han Xiao looked back at the central villa and asked the three key questions in his heart. Who are we protecting? How long were they going to defend here? Who are the enemies? Perhaps it was because every newcomer would ask these questions, but Chen Li answered fluently. The higher-ups didn't say how long we'll wait. Anyway, if we really can't hold on any longer, I'll retreat immediately. No matter how much money they give me, I'm not going to be cannon fodder. We don't know who the enemy is. Sometimes they attack during the day, sometimes at night, sometimes every few days. There's always a new enemy. As for the target we're protecting, hey. Chen Li suddenly sneered. I heard that the target is hiding in the villa but has never shown himself. The mission forbids us from entering the villa to check. Maybe there's no one in the villa and we're guarding an empty shell. H. No matter what the employer's intentions are, as long as they pay. An empty villa, a target that had never shown himself, a draft order with vague instructions, and an enemy of unknown origin. When these factors were connected, Han Xiao felt inexplicably strange. He always felt that there was a cloud of fog shrouding him. Right, what kind of assassin are you? Dark grade or ghost grade? Chen Li asked casually. Mr. Black, Scorpion grade. Chen Li suddenly turned around with a look of surprise. Scorpion grade? Why are you here? Only those above the dark grade can receive a draft order. You don't have the qualifications, right? Since I'm already here, it doesn't matter what level I'm at. Han Xiao had no intention of explaining to a mercenary leader. In the words of the Act Tough King, I don't need to explain anything to you in my life. Just one word, pretentious. Although you're only at the Scorpion grade, since you're a sniper, just make do with it. Anyway, it's fine as long as you know how to hit people with a sniper rifle. Chen Li frowned and pointed into the distance, saying, Do you see those 3 bunkers? You go to the one in the middle. The poisonous bee brothers will arrange it for you. Following Chen Li's finger, the 3 bunkers were located at the intersection of the 2 lines of defense in the southeast and northeast. They were at the apex of the triangular defense area. This position gave the sniper the best shooting field and attack range. However, the disadvantage was that it was too conspicuous. If the enemy attacked, the sniper would be the first to be killed. Fortunately, there were many machine guns and howitzers set up on the outer walls of the bunkers, so the defense was the strongest. Han Xiao had no objection. Before the panel mission was triggered, he had an indifferent attitude. Walking into the middle bunker, he walked up the stairs to the top floor of the bunker, which was also the sniper's position, and found that there were 2 people there. They were holding sniper rifles in their arms and leaning against the wall. When they heard Han Xiao's footsteps, they opened their eyes and looked over. From the cold temperament of these 2 people, he knew that they were both killers. One was tall and the other was short. They looked somewhat similar. They were the poisonous bee brothers that Chen Li had mentioned. Newcomer? The tall one said lightly, codename, level, ability. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Mr. Black, Scorpion grade, sniper. Why is a newcomer at the Scorpion grade here? The tall one frowned and said impatiently, You go to the bunker on the left and be the sniper's assistant. You're responsible for taking care of the fish that escaped the net. Can you do such a small thing? Okay. Han Xiao nodded. The short one only glanced at him when he entered, then closed his eyes and continued to rest. It seemed that he was too lazy to talk to him. He seemed to be quite arrogant. In the short 10 minutes since he entered the manor, Han Xiao had already changed locations 3 times. He had no choice but to go to the bunker on the left, which was the area he was responsible for. It was equivalent to being the poisonous bee brothers' assistant. There was already someone in the bunker on the left. It was a bearded assassin. He sized Han Xiao up. After Han Xiao introduced himself, he went straight to the point. Scorpion grade. Then you'll be in charge of the left, and I'll be in charge of the right. The left side had the narrowest field of vision, so the mission was the easiest. It was normal that the bearded assassin did not trust his ability. Han Xiao did not have any other thoughts. He just needed to be in charge of his own area. You have triggered a chain mission, enlistment order, protection, mission introduction. First, do not ask about the identity of the target to be protected. Second, do not leave your post. Third, do not let the enemy attack the manor. Fourth, try to be useful. Hint: this is a chain mission. Please act according to the instructions. First round mission: defeat the first wave of enemies. First round reward: 20,000 EXP. Other mission failure circumstances: 1. Enter the villa area without permission. 2. Leave the manor for more than 120 minutes. Chain mission? Interesting. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Chain missions were basically running rings. He would only know the next one after completing one mission requirement. The difficulty and rewards would get higher and higher. Completing all the rings would give him additional rewards. Usually, chain missions were more complicated. Let's finish the first round and see what the rest of the rewards are like. I'll leave, Han Xiao thought to himself. He did not have the thought of completing the mission no matter what. He would only do it if the rewards were good. After wandering around the River Cove Manor for a few hours, he figured out the configuration of the people. The mercenaries brought all kinds of heavy firepower and vehicles. There were also some supers. There were also mechanics who repaired equipment, provided ammunition, and repaired the fortifications. The assassins were the more high-end combat power. From the casual conversation, he learned that this group of people had been waiting here for more than 10 days. The powerful people had already shown themselves, such as the Hornet brothers, Chen Li, and some other codenames, such as Volcano, Moonlight, and so on. The sky turned dark. In the forest at night, the wind rustled the leaves, and the river murmured. Everything was quiet. The sound of approaching engines broke the silence. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Han Xiao looked out from the sniper's hole in the bunker. A bunch of headlights appeared in the forest in the distance, and they were quickly approaching. The mercenaries in the manor began to shout loudly and returned to their posts one after another. The dense sound of footsteps sounded like beans being stir-fried. Han Xiao reached out and pulled the bolt. A crisp sound of the mechanism rang out. He also started to adjust his state of mind. Chapter 108. Through the headlights, Han Xiao saw the armed forces of the enemy. All of them were armored vehicles, and they were charging toward him at high speed. Behind them were gunners. The next moment, the mercenaries in the manor opened fire. The heavy machine guns roared, and the flames from the muzzles became the most eye-catching source of light in the dark night. Han Xiao was relieved. The number and firepower of the enemy were average, and they would not be able to break through the blockade of the mercenaries' machine guns. Bang! Han Xiao heard the sound of a sniper rifle coming from the central bunker. The Hornet brothers had made their move, and the two sniper rifles were very accurate. Han Xiao looked at the area he was in charge of. The area was very small, and the angle was tricky. Only those who slipped through the net would dare to enter. At this moment, an enemy team happened to invade. He set up the Red Falcon, aimed, and fired. The shuttle-shaped bullets pierced through the necks of the enemies one by one, and clouds of blood burst out. Big Beard was worried about Han Xiao's ability, so he took some time to take a few glances. Seeing that Han Xiao was basically hitting every shot, he was secretly shocked. He knew that he did not need to worry about this Mr. Black, so he did not turn around to observe and left the other area to Han Xiao. First round completed. You have received 20,000 EXP. Mission requirement changed. Second round mission requirement: guard River Valley Manor for 3 days. Reward: 80,000 EXP. The first round was too easy, and the EXP seems to be too little. However, this increase is not bad. Han Xiao stroked his chin. 20,000 for the first round, 80,000 for the second round. According to this ratio, the third round might be 320,000, and the fourth round would be over 1 million. Stop, this is a dream. However, to be honest, the third round should be more than 150,000 EXP. The second round would take 3 days, and Han Xiao felt that it was a waste of time. Suddenly, he thought about it and decided that he could stay here to earn more. He could borrow the equipment and lathes brought by the mercenaries and help them repair their equipment for free. He was a man of action, so he immediately headed to the logistics area and found some maintenance workers. Most of these people were pseudo-mechanics who had learned maintenance as their secondary profession. There were only 2 proper mechanic supers. "You want to help us repair it?" A maintenance worker was surprised. "You're a mechanic?" Han Xiao directly used his actions to prove it. He picked up a pistol on the workbench, dismantled it quickly, and then magically reassembled it. The whole process was done in one go, and it did not take more than 2 seconds. He was no longer a novice who needed 40 seconds to assemble a pistol. With the various enhancements of his abilities, his manufacturing and assembly speed had already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. The group of maintenance workers agreed without hesitation. They were even a little impatient. Maintenance was hard and tiring, and it was also voluntary work. Since there was someone who volunteered to be the coolie, the maintenance worker could not wait to throw all the work to this official mechanic who had suddenly appeared. Early in the morning, before dawn, Chen Li carried a damaged machine gun and went to the logistics area to find a mechanic he was familiar with to repair it. "Wang Shi, help me repair this machine gun." Wang Shi was a thin, middle-aged man wearing a singlet. He was resting with his eyes closed. When he heard the question, he opened his eyes and looked at Chen Li. He said in a casual tone, "Leave it there. I'll fix it when I have time. Please hurry up. I might need to use it during the day." Wang Shi said impatiently, "All right, I'll fix it for you later." Chen Li walked away helplessly. Although Wang Shi had a bad temper, he was a true mechanic supers with excellent skills. In order to not damage the machine gun at the critical moment of the battle, he could only ask Wang Shi for help. After Chen Li left, Wang Shi closed his eyes again and started to nap. 5 minutes later, Wang Shi heard footsteps approaching again. He opened his eyes impatiently and saw that it was Chen Li. He said angrily, "What are you in such a hurry for? I'll fix it for you when the time comes. Stop bothering me." Chen Li shook his head and said, "Return the machine gun to me. I'll find someone else to fix it." Wang Shi frowned. Although he was unhappy that Chen Li kept bothering him, he did not want the machine gun to malfunction. After all, he was also in the manor. Thus, he softened his tone and said, "That person's skills are not good. I'll start fixing it when the sun rises. Is that okay?" Unexpectedly, Chen Li insisted on getting the machine gun back. "No need. That person's skills are better than yours." Wang Shi was instantly dissatisfied. The logistics area was only so big. Who did not know who was better? The other official mechanic was not as good as him, and those repairmen were even worse. Who were you trying to fool? Under Chen Li's insistence, Wang Shi had no choice but to return the machine gun to Chen Li. Seeing Chen Li walk to the other side of the logistics area, Wang Shi had an idea and followed him. He wanted to see who this mechanic that was better than him was. As soon as he arrived, Wang Shi was shocked. He saw a group of salted repairmen surrounding a man in black. They were staring at the man in black. Their faces were filled with shock, envy, and eagerness to learn. Wang Shi took a closer look and was stunned on the spot. He saw that the man in black's hand speed was like a phantom, quickly operating all kinds of equipment and repairing multiple weapons at the same time. It was so smooth that it was scary. There was no need for him to stop and think. Wang Shi had never seen such a technique before. It could only be a mechanic with a higher level than him. The repairmen originally had the mentality of throwing all the work to Han Xiao. However, when Han Xiao started his repairs, his extremely fast speed attracted all the repairmen. They were mesmerized by Han Xiao's performance. They wanted to take out a notebook and record every step of Han Xiao's. Many details gave them great inspiration. If they had an interface, a message would appear: "You have observed Han Xiao, LV34, performing mechanical repairs. You have learned something." Repair skill proficiency increased. Another mechanic, whose skill level was about the same as Wang Shi's, also stood at the side and looked at Han Xiao with a mesmerized expression. Wang Shi realized that Han Xiao's technique was flawless. To be more precise, His skill level was not enough to find Han Xiao's flaw. He was depressed and wanted to turn around and leave, but he could not help but stop. He could not control his desire to stay and watch Han Xiao's technique. He was conflicted. Without caring about the thoughts of others, Han Xiao was immersed in his repairs, and his experience increased rapidly. The effect of level 1 fine repair was far better than simple repair. The two skills were not on the same level. Basic weapons and machines could be repaired very quickly. If it were not for the fact that the equipment was too simple, the efficiency could be increased even more. For 3 consecutive days, other than resting, Han Xiao spent all his time fighting and repairing machines. In the 3 days, there were a total of 4 waves of enemies. There were yachts, armored vehicles, sneak attacks, and everything else. A group of enemies wearing frogman suits tried to sneak in from the river in the west, but they were discovered and killed by the snipers. The intensity of the enemy's attacks increased gradually. By the 4th wave, Han Xiao could feel that the guards of the manor were starting to lose their strength. After days of continuous high-intensity battles, the accumulated fatigue exploded, and mistakes and casualties started to appear. The mercenaries' tough battle did not affect Han Xiao much. He was in charge of his own small area, shooting people. He realized that there were more and more fishes that slipped through the net, and the Hornet brothers were starting to show their shortcomings. 2nd round completed. You have received 80,000 EXP. This is not bad. The 3rd round is probably going to become really difficult. Han Xiao woke up from his light sleep. Adding the experience from the mission and the experience from the 3 days of manufacturing and killing enemies, he had received a total of 180,000 EXP. This efficiency was acceptable. Mission requirement has changed. 3rd round mission: resist the next wave of attacks. Reward: 150,000 EXP. It really is 150,000 EXP, Han Xiao complained. This mission requirement made him feel unusual. Chapter 109. Rumble. A thunderstorm raged. The night sky was torn apart by the dazzling lightning, and the torrential rain poured down. The rain narrowed the field of vision and greatly affected the accuracy of shooting. Weapons and equipment were prone to getting wet, so the mercenaries could only brace the storm and quickly cover the machine guns with waterproof cloths and move the ammunition into the roofed sheds. The heavy rain filled the sky, and the sound of rain filled the ears. The bunker was filled with water vapor. Han Xiao moved away from the window to avoid being splashed. He looked at the sky outside, raised his eyebrows, and whispered, "This kind of bad weather is an obvious flag. If the next wave of strong enemies doesn't come now, I'll immediately..." Halfway through his sentence, Brother Xiao hurriedly stopped himself. What a joke! How could he set up such an obvious poison healer? Vroom! A series of engine sounds rang out in the rain. This time, the battle was fierce. More armored off-road vehicles drove in the heavy rain, and the dense raindrops hit the cold armor. Open fire! The mercenaries in the manor roared. The machine guns and howitzers roared. The next moment, even more ferocious firepower erupted from the enemy's fleet. A few small rockets hit the outer wall of the manor, blowing 2 machine guns and the operators into the sky. Han Xiao fired while listening to Chen Li and the black man roaring through the walkie-talkie. The enemy has rockets, pay attention to avoid them. Machine gunners and howitzers, beat them up. Snipers, hurry up and shoot, don't make me F*King rush you. Hurry up and do something. There are more than 20 local yachts on the river. People in the west, hurry up and stop them, don't let them get close to the shore. F*CK, helicopters. The sound of rotors came from the sky. 2 Y-5 winged snake-armed helicopters invaded from the sky. Lightning flashed in the night sky, illuminating the ferocious appearance of the helicopters. The gunners wearing goggles controlled the large-caliber 6-barreled aviation cannon mounted on the side of the helicopter, bursting out terrifying firepower. The bullets of the autocannon were almost equivalent to mini cannonballs. Their penetrative power and destructive power were not something that a normal machine gun could compare to. Their firing speed was also very fast. With a series of crackling sounds, The bullets formed an orange line as they swept downwards. The front of the manor was not of much use. The mercenaries' casualties soared. Curses, screams, roars, rain, gunshots, engines, and the rumbling of thunder formed a symphony of war, grand and tragic, chaotic and passionate. The helicopter was the biggest threat. A portion of the machine gunners raised their guns to shoot at the aircraft. With a simple lift, the Y-5 winged serpent was out of the range of ordinary machine guns. Some stray bullets could not penetrate the helicopter's armor. Sniper. Kill the pilot, Chen Li roared. We'll deal with the helicopters. As for the other snipers, don't let the ground troops attack us. The Hornet brothers in the central bunker gave the order over the communication network. Then, the two brothers started firing at the helicopter. Even though the rain was hazy, Han Xiao could clearly see the sparks from the sniper rifle on the exterior armor of the helicopter. The pilot's window was made of highly resilient bulletproof glass, so it would take at least 7 or 8 shots to penetrate it. Han Xiao suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly retracted his gun and backed away from the sniper's window. Don't leave your post without permission. Big Beard roared when he saw this. However, before he could finish his sentence, a violent explosion interrupted him. The wall of the bunker exploded violently. Big Beard was directly sent flying by the shockwave and slammed into the wall on the other side. His arm was fractured and twisted, and he screamed in pain. 2 Y-5 winged serpents were equipped with 4 missiles used for air combat. They directly bombarded the 3 bunkers. The central bunker was focused and blasted into the sky, turning into a pile of ruins. The Hornet brothers were killed without a sound. Their flesh, blood, dust, and broken bricks were thrown out together. The 3 bunkers were blown up. The sentence above sounded a little weird. Without the threat of the snipers, the helicopters were like wild dogs in heat. They were even more rampant. The coverage of the firepower made the mercenaries not even dare to show their heads. Although Han Xiao dodged, he was still shocked by the shockwave. He did not suffer much damage, but the sky above him was exposed to the enemy's vision. He was in a very bad situation. The enemy had sea, land, and air forces. The manor was like a delicate young girl being attacked from 3 directions. He turned his head to look at the tragic situation. His eyes darkened. The mercenaries can't hold on anymore. The people outside can't hold on anymore. In the center of River Valley Manor, in the hall of the villa, 2 men looked at the battle outside the window. One of them had his hands on the windowsill. This was a bald old man with white eyebrows and a beard. He wore black-rimmed glasses. The other man stood diagonally behind the bald old man with his hands behind his back. He looked like a middle-aged man. His thick black hair was combed back, and only his temples were slightly white. If there was anything special about him, it would be his temperament. There was a faint smile on his face, and he looked very kind. The kind man laughed. Looks like I have to do something. The bald old man nodded. After guarding for so long, it's time for Xena to get rid of the traitor in the organization. My life is in your hands, old friend. The kind man nodded. Just as he was about to walk out, he suddenly stopped and looked at the sudden change in the battle. His eyes were slightly surprised. Seems like an interesting guy has appeared. I don't need to do anything. The bald old man was stunned for a moment and looked outside. Are there any snipers left alive? If we don't get rid of those 2 helicopters, we will all die here. Chen Li hid in the fortification and roared into the walkie-talkie. The 2 Y-5 serpents were very rampant. Relying on the fact that no one could attack them, they took a dump on the mercenaries. They even wanted to directly bomb the villa in the middle of the manor. Suddenly, a fiery red bullet pierced through the rain and accurately hit the side of one of the Y-5 serpents. The bullet cracked and burst into flames in the rain. High-explosive bullet. Boom. The orange-red high-explosive gas flame seeped through the gaps in the protective equipment and ignited the ammunition chain. The helicopter, which had been proud of itself a moment ago, exploded in an instant. The cannons and ammunition exploded one after another. Using fire alone to ignite the bullets was not very powerful, but this was a bunch of large-caliber bullets. The power was equivalent to that of a fragmentation mine. The people inside the helicopter were all killed or injured. The flying shrapnel pierced through the pilot's neck, and blood splattered on the window like a fountain. The helicopter spun and fell from the sky. The ground shook, and both sides of the battle were shaken. In the ruins of the left bunker, Han Xiao, who had just fired the shot, pulled the bolt and ejected the smoking shell. His eyes were serious and calm. At the critical moment just now, he had put a lot of experience into sniper, and directly leveled it up to level 9. That was why he was able to fire such a precise shot and hit the ammo of the machine gun from an extremely tricky angle. This shot also led to bad consequences. The other Y-5 Serpent immediately focused its firepower on the left bunker. The enemy's ground forces knew very well that the helicopter was their biggest trump card, so they cooperated and focused their firepower. The terrifying wave of bullets shattered the rain and exploded on the left bunker. Big Beard's face was pale. He thought he was going to be blown to death. With his 2 short legs, how could he be faster than the cannonballs? Just as he was in despair, he suddenly felt a big hand grab him by the back of his collar. A strong force pulled him up and left at lightning speed. The next moment, the entire left bunker was blown into ruins. If he was a second slower, Big Beard would have turned into a pile of minced meat. After escaping from danger, Big Beard found that the back of his collar was released and fell to the ground. He quickly looked back at the person who saved him. In the heavy rain, Han Xiao, dressed in black, jumped into his sight. Big Beard did not have time to thank Han Xiao for saving his life. He said in shock, "How did you run so fast?" "Because I am as free as the wind." Big Beard was dumbfounded. "What the F***ck are you talking about?" After Han Xiao finished talking casually, he slammed his feet on the ground. The soles of the electromagnetic levitation shoes lit up with a faint electric blue light, and the magnetic force erupted. He slid out like ice skating, faster than a car. In a few seconds, he stepped on the outer wall of the manor. In the shocked eyes of the mercenaries, he was like a black lightning, moving left and right on the wall. He could not be locked on at all, and the enemy's firepower was all dodged by him. "Eat my shadow shifting technique." Han Xiao sniped while moving at high speed. The shooting range here was several times wider than that of the left bunker. He had just leveled up to level 9, so he could control the whole situation. The electromagnetic levitation shoes provided very stable movement ability, and it did not need to be difficult to control. The difficulty was about the same as the electric pulley, so the high-speed movement did not have much impact on his accuracy. High-explosive bullets, shuttle-type penetrating bullets, HAIM bullets, and light stun bullets were fired one after another. These 4 types of bullets always appeared at the most needed places. One of the vehicles was about to fire a grenade at a machine gun position in the manor when a light stun bullet appeared at the most opportune moment. The strong light from the explosion caused the enemy to miss. You are currently sniping on the move. You have learned some moving sniping techniques. 100, you've learned a new skill? Han Xiao's eyes lit up. This was a new skill that could only be activated when one was above level 8. He fired a few more shots and realized that hitting a target equated to 1 point of progress. Instantly, he became even more excited. With the help of the electromagnetic levitation shoes, he managed to avoid most of the attacks. However, the enemy was aware of his ability as a sniper to control the situation. If they did not kill him, it would be difficult for them to move forward. Therefore, Han Xiao felt the enthusiasm of the enemy. Once again, he was focused on, and the pressure increased sharply. He was often hit by stray bullets and had to summon the magnetic retractable armor to protect his body. The last Y-5 Serpent swayed left and right to prevent Han Xiao from sniping its vital parts. The cannons kept firing, and it did cause quite a lot of trouble for Han Xiao. Even with the magnetic retractable armor, it was very uncomfortable to take a few shots. The most disgusting thing was that the cannons had a knockback effect. The kinetic energy would push him away, and he had already missed a few shots. The armor on his chest took 3 more shots from the cannons. Han Xiao's chest tightened, and he was pushed a few meters away. He almost fell off the wall, but the damage was not much. He now had more than 2000 HP, and together with the magnetic retractable armor, he was very tanky. At this time, the mercenaries in the manor started to counterattack and took the initiative to cooperate with Han Xiao. Chapter 110. Someone once said that a glance in the previous life was an ill-fated relationship in this life. If this sentence was true, Han Xiao felt that he would be an idiot in his next life. All the enemies that he shot would stare at him with eyes full of anger and hatred before they died. At the most critical moment, Han Xiao stabilized the situation with his amazing sniping skills, giving the mercenaries a chance to catch their breath. The other surviving snipers also found a more secluded spot and gradually turned the situation around. You are currently sniping while moving. You have learned some moving sniping skills. 100-100, you have learned moving sniping. Moving sniping LVL1, 0-4500 reduce shooting accuracy loss while moving, plus 2% critical hit rate, plus 1% fire speed when equipped with sniper-type firearms. Han Xiao saw that moving sniping did not have much experience to level up, so he immediately threw in the experience points and leveled it up to LVL4. His control of the sniper rifle was now much smoother. The attacking enemies were already showing signs of fatigue. They originally wanted to blow a hole in the manor's outer wall with a bomb and then drive into the manor. However, the manor's outer wall was extremely thick with steel plates and concrete, and the maintenance workers were constantly repairing it, so it was impossible to blow a hole in the manor. Later, when they wanted to break through the manor's defense force, they were once again attacked by Han Xiao. The enemy deeply realized that this attack was not going to work, so they began to retreat, leaving behind wreckage and corpses. The Y-5 winged serpent turned around and flew away. This helicopter did not dare to fly at low altitude in fear of being hit by Han Xiao's bullet and being restrained by Han Xiao. The threat was greatly reduced. It's finally over. Han Xiao exhaled. His HP had dropped by about 600 points, and the durability of the magnetic armor had decreased a lot. He was slightly injured, but he had brought spare parts, so he could repair them. The nearby mercenaries were all exhausted and lying on the ground. Chen Li walked over from afar and looked at Han Xiao in bewilderment. He asked tentatively, "Mr. Black? Are you okay?" Han Xiao waved his hand, indicating that he was okay. Chen Li heaved a sigh of relief and was secretly shocked. He never thought that this scorpion-level assassin would be more reliable than the Poison Bee brothers. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had turned the tide by taking on the concentrated fire head-on and sniping the enemy. With such strength, how could he only be at scorpion level? Chen Li reckoned that Mr. Black was a newcomer who had just joined the Darknet and had yet to be promoted. Based on his performance in this battle, as long as he did not die, he would definitely reach the ghost level in the future. The third round is complete. You have gained 150,000 EXP. Mission requirements changed. Fourth mission, repel 5 waves of attacks. Reward, 40,000 EXP for every wave you repel. You will still gain accumulated EXP even if you fail the mission. Special reward, 100,000 EXP. Han Xiao was helpless. Defense mission again. Can't you change it up a little? 3 bunkers were blown up, and many mercenaries died. The defense of the manor has decreased. Is this an endless mode tower defense mission? The EXP is not bad, and there's even a special reward. So, there's a hidden requirement. What are they up to now? Han Xiao went to the logistics area to repair his equipment and replenish his ammo. Along the way, he was looked at by the mercenaries. His previous performance had won the respect of these mercenaries and assassins. No one said anything, and they all tacitly allowed him to replace the Poison Bee brothers and lead all the snipers. Those who were injured were treated, and those who were not went to sleep. The night passed smoothly. The rain stopped at dawn. The ground was muddy, and the mixture of blood and shrapnel gave off a strange pungent smell. Han Xiao was taking a nap with his eyes closed when a commotion suddenly came from the walkie-talkie. The protection target has appeared. Han Xiao immediately opened his eyes and looked at the villa. The bald old man and the kind-hearted man appeared behind the railings of the villa. All the mercenaries were alarmed and gathered around, curiously looking at the protection target who had finally appeared. When all the mercenaries and assassins arrived, the bald old man said, "Thank you for your protection these past few days. I want to talk to those whose names are called." The bald old man read out a list of names. They were all the leaders of the mercenaries and the assassins with outstanding performances. Han Xiao's code name, Mr. Black, was also called out. "These people, please come into the villa in 10 minutes. I have something to discuss with you." Mission failure condition changed. Han Xiao took a look. The restriction that prevented him from entering the villa disappeared. The appearance of these two people triggered a curious discussion among the mercenaries. Han Xiao's heart was in turmoil. He recognized one of them. "It's him, Bennett Anderson." To describe Bennett, there was no need for fancy adjectives. One sentence was enough. He was one of the main characters of this planet. Awesome, right? There was something even more awesome. Bennett was the core character of another main storyline in Blue Star. Only through him could Han Xiao accept the main storyline mission. In other words, this guy would be the thigh that countless players would want to hug in the future. Furthermore, Bennett was also a hidden general skills instructor. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. In just 10 minutes, he made a call to the Rothschild family. "Alfonso, I hope to exchange for some items." Aren't you carrying out a recruitment mission? What do you need?" Silver Guardian hidden sword, lock HOC sniper rifle. "Alright, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. I'll get someone to collect them for you. I'll send them over in 2 days." You have exchanged 4, Silver Guardian hidden sword, from the Rothschild family. Favorability decreased by 300. Current relationship, friendly. You have exchanged 4, lock HOC sniper rifle, from the Rothschild family. Favorability decreased by 200. Current relationship, friendly. Han Xiao nodded and hung up the phone. Under the gazes of the other mercenaries, he walked into the villa with the people whose names were called. The interior of the villa was simple and classic. Other than the luxurious chandelier on the ceiling, the rest of the place was not luxurious at all. The bald old man sat on the sofa, and the kind man stood behind him. "Sit anywhere." Everyone sat on the sofa and chairs in the hall, but Han Xiao did not sit down. He leaned against the glass wine cabinet in the corner and stared at the kind man. This guy was Bennett. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he was actually more than 60 years old. The more powerful a super was, the slower they would age. The bald old man pushed his black-rimmed glasses and said slowly, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Yuan. I still need you guys to protect me for a while. The reason I called you here today is to meet you guys and inform you that this villa will be open to you. If you want, you can stay here and rest." Wang Yuan, never heard of this name. Everyone looked at each other. They were very curious as to why they had been staying in River Valley Manor for so long. Logically speaking, the best choice would have been to seek refuge in Seagull City. Seeing that Wang Yuan did not take the initiative to explain, they knew that they would not get an answer even if they asked. They only asked about the mission and not the reason because of the nature of their profession. "You guys are the backbone of the defense of the manor. Once the mission is completed, I will privately give you guys an additional reward," Wang Yuan said calmly. The eyes of many of the mercenaries lit up. The public reward for the mission would be distributed to the subordinates, but the additional reward that Wang Yuan mentioned would go straight into their pockets. This meeting was very short. The mercenaries all went back to their subordinates and moved some ammo into the villa. The villa was very big, and there were many empty rooms for some of them to rest. Very soon, the villa was bustling with activity, and people were coming and going. Wang Yuan and Bennett watched from the side for a while before preparing to leave. Han Xiao quickly caught up with them. "Mr. Black, what's the matter?" Wang Yuan smiled. He remembered the outstanding performance of this sniper last night and had a deep impression of him. Han Xiao looked at Bennett and said, "I want to talk to him alone." Wang Yuan and Bennett were both surprised. They looked at each other, and Wang Yuan smiled and walked away, leaving the two of them alone. "Why are you looking for me?" Bennett was confused. Have we met before? Han Xiao took a deep breath and said slowly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Bennett Anderson, a legendary figure who was active during the Old Era War. He was trained in the Miss Harodi training camp and belonged to the Ordina intelligence agency. He was an ace-level agent and a cold-blooded killing machine. During the middle of the war, he became the leader of the most elite team in Ordina. His nickname was Demon Blue. He carried out hundreds of infiltration, sabotage, assassination, and infiltration operations. Later, he left Ordina and became a traitor. A few decades ago, his bounty was as high as 15 million. Then you disappeared for 2 years. Legend has it that you were traveling in the extreme plains of the northern continent, hunting wild beasts in the Corozo Mountains. When you reappeared, you were already one of the strongest humans on this planet. You started to intervene in the war and didn't help any country. Instead, you helped the civilians who were affected by the war to escape. Gradually, you formed a huge force, which was said to be the predecessor of the Darknet. You appeared in the center of the war again and again. As you saved more and more people, the people of that era started to call you a hero. At the same time, you also created countless shocking achievements. As the dust of the war settled, you left the world stage and disappeared. You never appeared in the public eye again. This long paragraph was the background of Bennett's character given by the officials. Some of the details were forgotten, so Han Xiao only gave a general description. Every planet had a few protagonist-like characters. They were like meteors streaking across the night sky, leaving behind resplendent traces of that era, leaving behind a thick and colorful stroke in the history of the planet. Bennett was one of the protagonists of Blue Star. Even Hela at this time couldn't be compared to Bennett. The rise of the goddess of death had to wait until later versions. After listening to Han Xiao's long paragraph, Bennett was shocked. This was the only person in the manor who recognized his identity. After a few decades, there was still someone who could recognize his appearance. Back then, he was like a block of ice, and now he was like a completely different person. He had changed a lot, so how could he still be recognized? Chapter 111. I admire your head. Although Han Xiao really wanted to say that, it was not fun to offend Bennett. He still wanted to squeeze some benefits out of Bennett. Be serious, be serious. Han Xiao coughed. I've heard of your deeds and have always wanted to meet you. Bennett smiled kindly and waved his hand. Let's not talk about the past. Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me you're here to ask for my autograph. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. Uncle Policeman, this is the person who's acting cool. After taking a deep breath, Han Xiao put on a serious face and said, I heard that you're one of the strongest humans on this planet. Bennett's eyes flashed. He was too familiar with this kind of opening. Could it be another person who came to challenge him? War created strong people with blood and fire. Bennett obtained this glory with his valiant battle record. There were many strong people who came to challenge him, but Bennett had long been tired of meaningless battles and consecutive victories. This time, he appeared here to protect his old friend Wang Yuan. He did not let the traitors of the organization who hired him know, otherwise, the enemy would not have dared to make a move. It was precisely because the traitors in the organization thought that Wang Yuan's defense was weak that the bait plan could be carried out. Bennett shook his head. If Han Xiao wanted to challenge him, he would definitely not agree. Furthermore, with Han Xiao's strength, he did not think that there was any value in fighting him. However, Han Xiao said, I want to learn some combat skills from you. Bennett was very surprised. He had a strange expression. You want to learn my combat skills? Han Xiao nodded. Interesting. This is the first person who wants to learn from me. Bennett thought about it and shook his head. You're a sniper. You won't be able to learn my combat skills. So it was this. This was Bennett's standard excuse. As long as the prerequisite was not met, he would always use this excuse. You're a mechanic. You won't be able to learn my combat skills. You're a pugilist. You won't be able to learn. You're an esper. You won't be able to learn. Han Xiao naturally would not be fooled. Bennett was a hidden skill instructor. The prerequisite to learning a skill was to give him some special gifts. There was once a player who wanted to give him a gift to gain favorability, but they accidentally fulfilled the prerequisite to learn a skill. Different gifts would allow one to learn different skills. The 2 items that Han Xiao had obtained from Rothschild were meant to be used as gifts. Han Xiao talked to Bennett for a while before leaving. Bennett followed Wang Yuan, who was waiting not far away. Wang Yuan asked curiously, "Why is he looking for you?" "He knows me and wants to learn my combat skills." "What a strange person." Wang Yuan stroked his beard and said, "But his strength is not bad. He's a new assassin who just joined the organization's Blood Pact Society. His origin is very mysterious, and his codename is Mr. Black. He's worth roping in. After this operation, I'll get Xena to raise his assassin authority to dark rank." The mercenaries were tidying up the rooms in the villa. Chen Li took the initiative to find Han Xiao and handed him a set of keys. Han Xiao did not reach out to take it. He stared at Chen Li with a strange expression and said word by word, "Don't tell me this is your room key. I don't have that kind of hobby." The veins on Chen Li's forehead throbbed. "You make it sound like I have one." Chen Li coughed and explained, "This is one of the best single rooms in the villa. I specially left one for you." Han Xiao was enlightened. He took the key and understood what was going on. He asked, "Who did you give the keys to the other single rooms?" "Volcano, Moonlight, Hunter, and a few mercenary leaders." The people that Chen Li mentioned were all the strong people or leaders of the villa's guards. Being assigned a single room was the privilege of the strong. The other normal mercenaries and assassins could only sleep on the floor or in the living room. In the battle last night, Han Xiao had replaced the dead Hornet brothers and became the core sniper. His performance had won the respect of all the mercenaries. Therefore, Chen Li took the initiative to give him the room key. With strength, one would have special privileges. He gladly accepted it. Han Xiao's room was on the 2nd floor of the villa with a balcony. Coming to the corridor on the 2nd floor, the other strong people all stayed on this floor. They looked at each other, nodded as a greeting, and entered their own rooms. Han Xiao had a deep impression of Hunter. This guy was a mechanic cannon master. His weapons were 2 very familiar hand cannons. It was said that they could use the recoil to stay in the air. Since Bennett is here, this mission has to be completed no matter what. As long as I can connect with him, I can be the first to come into contact with the main storyline of the Sanctuary, gain the favor of the Darknet, and share their huge intelligence network. There are many other benefits. The benefits of having a good relationship with the main character of a planet were self-evident. Han Xiao rubbed the stubble on his chin with his finger. His eyes sparkled. Over the next 2 days, the enemy continued to attack every night. They were like maniacs who could not satisfy their desires, constantly stretching their evil hands towards the manor. Han Xiao took over the role of the Hornet brothers. Now, he was in charge of controlling the battlefield with his powerful sniping. His accuracy was one of the reasons, but more of his outstanding performance came from Han Xiao's keen battle sense. He had once dominated space battles. The density of the cannon fire then was like the difference between the red and white thunder fighters. They were not on the same level. In the chaotic space of space battles, one mistake could lead to the destruction of the plane and the death of the people. Every mistake would be magnified infinitely. Han Xiao had long developed the keen sense of finding opportunities in the gaps. This was the sign of an expert. Although he was shameless, he was really an expert. Facing such a small-scale, low-tech ground battle, he was very handy. His sniper bullets would always appear where he was needed the most. With Han Xiao's support, the casualty rate of the mercenaries was reduced by a lot. They were amazed by this. In the past, the Hornet brothers were more inclined to kill the enemy and rarely took care of other battlefields. However, Mr. Black's sniping style was very comprehensive. He ensured that he could kill the enemy and also take time to defend. He was almost responsible for the entire southeast and northeast battlefields. Reliable and steady. This was the impression that all the manor guards had of Han Xiao. Han Xiao's sniping ability made them feel that the battle was much easier. The threat of a sniper who could control the battlefield was self-evident. Naturally, he attracted countless focus fire. However, Han Xiao relied on his skateboard shoes to dodge the attacks. Moreover, the low-level strengthened life model made him very durable. He had double the HP of a normal mechanic at this level. Even some of the espers and pugilists who were above LV40 might not have more HP than him. Therefore, Han Xiao did not need to be afraid like other snipers. Anyway, it was the first time that the mercenaries saw a sniper who dared to face a large group of enemies head-on while facing machine gun fire. It broke their impression that snipers were all sneaky. After 2 days of battle, the mercenaries' attitude toward Han Xiao became more and more respectful. There were always deaths in battles. During this period, new mercenaries and assassins were called in to replenish the fresh blood. Golden Fox was one of the dark assassins. As soon as she entered the manor, someone went to greet her. Golden Fox was a tall and graceful woman. She had a sniper rifle on her back. She asked seriously, "What's the situation here?" The mercenary who led the way glanced at Golden Fox's perky butt. His eyes flashed with lust. Golden Fox had long been used to this stinky man's greedy eyes. She pretended not to see it. The situation is not bad. The enemy's attacks are getting more and more frequent. However, our defense is very stable. All kinds of ammunition, guns, and supplies are changed every day. There are many new people joining us. Mr. Black is in charge of the defense line in the east, south, and north. There won't be any problems. The mercenary chuckled. Mr. Black. Golden Fox was sure that she had never heard of this codename. She asked curiously, "Who is he?" Mr. Black is a Scorpion level assassin. His sniping skills are amazing. Only Scorpion level? Golden Fox felt that this was a little unreliable. She frowned and said with a doubtful tone, "Isn't it too hasty to let a Scorpion-level assassin take charge of the situation?" After saying that, the Golden Fox was shocked to find that the perverted eyes of the mercenary who was leading the way had turned cold and indifferent. He stopped in his tracks and pointed in the direction that they were heading in. He then turned around and left without saying a single word. Golden Fox was stunned. She was just a little doubtful. This reaction was a little too big. That Mr. Black was so prestigious. When the enemy attacked at night, Golden Fox finally saw Mr. Black's ability to control the situation. She was shocked. It was as if he had the legendary eagle vision. He could observe every corner of the battlefield. Almost all of his shots missed. Even if he did not cause any damage, he would have other functions such as restraining, providing support, and so on. Golden Fox realized that she had nothing to do on the battlefield. Mr. Black had taken care of everything that needed to be done. This shocked her more than the number of people that Mr. Black had killed. Only a sniper like her could understand how much Mr. Black had done. He could make the other snipers have nothing to do. It was equivalent to one person taking care of a sniper team. She finally understood why those mercenaries would let a Scorpion-level assassin take charge of the situation. "This is the strongest sniper I've ever met. You have defeated a wave of attackers." 3/5. Looking at the enemies retreating again, Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. This is the third wave of enemies. They are getting stronger and stronger. However, there are more guards in the manor. With me around, as long as there are no strong enemies, I should be able to complete the fourth part of the mission. But what is the requirement of this hidden reward? As for this hidden requirement, Han Xiao had no clue at all. The next morning, Chen Li contacted Han Xiao through the walkie-talkie. "Mr. Black, someone claims to be the messenger of the Rothschild family. He's looking for you." Han Xiao immediately got up from his bed and walked to the manor's entrance. He took 2 items from the courier. No, the messenger of the Rothschild family. They were the Silver Guardian hidden blade and the Lock HOC sniper rifle. These 2 items were products from decades ago. They had been discontinued long ago. The country that made them had also perished. They were now considered antiques. Bennett liked to collect antique weapons that were out of print. These 2 items were the prerequisites to trigger the skill learning. There were more than a dozen items that could trigger the skill learning event. Different types of gifts would result in different skills being learned. The total number of these items was limited. This meant that the number of players who could learn skills from Bennett was also limited. Hidden skill instructors were basically like this. They would only teach rare skills to a small number of people. For example, there were only slightly more than 100 Silver Guardian Hidden Blade left in the world. They could be used to learn an extremely powerful attack skill, Flaming Will. In the later stages of version 1.0, a single Silver Guardian Hidden Blade was sold for millions of dollars. However, Han Xiao had gotten it first. He only spent a few favorability points to get it. Chapter 112. After getting the item, Han Xiao immediately went to find Bennett. Ever since the mercenaries and assassins moved into the villa, Bennett and Wang Yuan often appeared, so everyone knew that they lived on the top floor. The brown-glazed wooden stairs of the villa had a calming fragrance. Han Xiao walked up to the third floor and knocked on Bennett's door. "Sit anywhere you like." Bennett was holding a cup of green medicinal tea. After opening the door, he sat on the sofa and looked at Han Xiao with a smile. He had a good impression of Han Xiao, who was the first to recognize him, so he asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "Oh right, let's not talk first. I made a pot of medicinal tea, do you want to try?" he said as he waved the cup in his hand. The medicinal tea in the cup was so thick that it almost couldn't dissolve. It was a thick green color, and there were strange bubbles rolling around. Han Xiao pursed his lips. He couldn't resist the urge to complain. He pointed at the medicinal tea and said weakly, "Then, what's the price?" Bennett's face was full of confusion. He didn't understand what he was saying. Han Xiao coughed and pulled the topic back on track. "I want to learn some combat skills from you." Bennett didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Didn't I already reject?" This is the Silver Warden's Hidden Blade." The Silver Warden's Hidden Blade was made in a country that had already perished. That country's cold weapon manufacturing skills had been passed down for hundreds of years. Every finished product was exquisite. There were only 100 or so of this type of hidden blade left in the world. The spine of the blade was engraved with tadpole-like inscriptions. Each blade was unique, and when the inscriptions were connected together, it was a long poem from a perished country. It was very classic. Bennett stared at the hidden blade. His eyes revealed his fondness, but he didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he looked at Han Xiao and said in surprise, "You want to give it to me? How did you know that I like to collect antique weapons? You really are my admirer." Han Xiao was speechless. His actions were indeed very ambiguous, and there was no way to explain it. He thought to himself, as long as I can learn the skill, it's fine if it's a misunderstanding. Who knows, I might even be able to get closer. After receiving the Silver Warden's hidden blade, Bennett couldn't bear to put it down. However, he felt a little troubled. Han Xiao had given him a gift that was very much to his liking. Furthermore, he seemed to be a hardcore fan. "Han Xiao, as long as you're happy." He felt bad about rejecting Han Xiao's request. "Then promise him." Bennett thought for a moment, raised his head, and said to Han Xiao with a smile, "I'm willing." Han Xiao had goosebumps all over his body. He hurriedly took a step back and put his hands in front of his body. His eyes were vigilant and ready for battle. "What are you thinking?" "I said I'm willing to teach you some techniques." Bennett facepalmed. Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief and pretended to be angry. "Can you finish your words? You should clean up the garbage in your brain." Bennett didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head, thought for a while, and decided on which skill to teach. "When I was still weak in my early years, I explored a lot of combat techniques on my own. One of them allowed me to counterattack many times. I named it Flaming Will. The brain is a limiter that protects the human body. If this limiter is removed, an ordinary person without any training can also burst out with extraordinary strength. However, the sequelae are very serious. During a dangerous situation, I coincidentally removed the limiter. After exploring, I found a way to temporarily remove the limiter in battle without harming the body, Bennett started to explain the principle and carefully guided Han Xiao on the essentials. Bennett Anderson, LV60, has taught you, Flaming Will. Your INT is over 100, and you have met the learning requirement. Current learning progress is 3%. The teaching lasted from morning to afternoon. With the pleasant notification sound from the interface, Han Xiao finally understood this ability. Flaming Will LV1, General Skill, Remark. When Bennett Anderson was young, he was once training in the Arctic plains of the northern continent. He was surrounded by 7 northern leopard bears. A northern leopard bear's size is comparable to a small tank. Believe me, no one wants to hear their roars. It usually means that they have been targeted by this group of predators in the Arctic plains. Their thick and tough skin and muscles are so thick that even submachine guns can't penetrate them. At that time, Bennett only had a dagger with him. He didn't even have a hot weapon. In a life-threatening situation, Bennett learned this skill. He used a simple iron dagger to create a lethality comparable to a high-frequency chopper. This skill has both active and passive effects. Active cooldown time, 10 minutes. Passive effect, when HP is lower than 20%, this skill will be activated once. Passive cooldown time, 30 minutes, does not overlap with the active cooldown. Is calculated separately. Remark, the damage increase is based on the basic attack bonus, which is equivalent to the theoretical damage value. After stacking, the damage reduction will be calculated. Awesome. Han Xiao was secretly excited. He had been jealous of this skill for a long time in his previous life. He did not expect that his dream would come true today. Players had another name for Flaming Will, Mini-Universe Explosion. This was a general skill that could be learned by any class. However, the first condition was that one had to have over 100 INT. Secondly, there were only 100 or so Silver Guardian Hidden Blade in the world. In other words, only 100 or so people in the Blue Star could learn this skill. Han Xiao had taken up a position. Flaming Will was a perfect match for his sniping ability. The probability of the damage increase was dependent on intelligence and luck. One of these two attributes was strong and the other was weak. If they were neutralized, it would probably become normal. With Flaming Will activated, he would be able to deal at least 3-1, 5 times the damage. If he added in critical hits, sneak attacks, and back sniping, he would be able to fully display the characteristics of a sniper rifle. If he used Lucky Burst to trigger a 3 or even 5 times increase in damage, the damage would definitely be incomprehensible. In his previous life, Han Xiao had met a player with Flaming Will who had destroyed all of his shields with one shot. This ability had a longer cooldown time and was suitable for the critical hit style where one shot would determine the outcome. There was a branch of the sniper style called Sneak Attack. Cough cough, it was called Sneak Attack Hidden Sniper Style. The other Lock HOC Sniper Rifle could trigger a subclass mission. That class happened to lean towards stealth and concealment, which formed Han Xiao's idea. This was the idea that popped up in his head when he saw Bennett. Han Xiao was not going to trigger it now. That was a subclass mission. He felt that he had to complete the Manor Guard mission first before he had the time. Seeing how excited Han Xiao was, Bennett was puzzled. You've learned it. Quickly. Han Xiao smiled. Bennett was surprised and took a few steps back. Punch me and see if you've really learned it. Hearing this, Han Xiao, who had been looking forward to this segment, immediately punched him. You have used Flaming Will. Determining authentication complete. Your next attack will deal 136% of the base damage. The fist hit Bennett's left cheek. Han Xiao felt like he had hit an indestructible wall that was harder than steel. A bright -1 damage popped up above Bennett's head. You have entered battle mode. Based on your level, you can receive the following information. Bennett Anderson level, 60 profession. Attribute. Health points. Status. Hidden injury, all attributes weakened. Energy. Energy rank. Grade, D+, C. Ability. Lucky aura, everything comes true. Danger surrounded legendary battle technique. Every 12 attacks, there is a 40 to 70% chance of adding a true damage. This chance is affected by luck. Remaining unknown. Chapter 113. Bennett touched his cheek that was punched and said helplessly, "Don't hit my face. Are you satisfied?" Han Xiao silently glanced at Bennett's lower body. Bennett suddenly felt as if a cold wind blew between his legs. He shivered and wondered, am I hallucinating? Most of Bennett's data was unknown, but Han Xiao knew that Bennett had more than 15 talents, and a few of them were molding talent. The scariest talent was not those that added attributes, attack, or HP, but the lucky aura. The description was ambiguous, but it could be immediately known how terrifying it was. Protagonist aura. The universe was extremely vast, and different planets and civilizations would give birth to one in a million heroes and epics. Having the lucky aura was the standard template of a protagonist. For example, if Bennett used Flaming Will, he would receive the highest number of bonuses every time. This was the ability of the lucky aura. But he's actually in a state of internal injury now. He should be able to recover in the future. Han Xiao remembered that when Bennett first appeared in front of the players, he was full of energy. He was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Bennett was grade C at his peak, and now he was grade D+. Grade C's standard energy rank was 2000, and grade D+ meant that one's combat power was at least 1600, which was still very strong. Han Xiao's current combat power was stuck at around 800 grade D, and with the bonus of his equipment, he officially reached grade D. Grade could not fully reflect combat power. After all, different abilities had their advantages and disadvantages in various environments. However, as long as one's energy rank was high, it meant that one was at least very good at a certain aspect. After bidding farewell to Bennett, Han Xiao returned to his sniping post. Suddenly, he felt something and turned around. A female sniper was staring at him. Han Xiao had an impression of this woman. She seemed to be called Golden Fox, a newcomer who had just arrived the day before yesterday. Han Xiao touched his face and confirmed that he was wearing the facial simulator. He was puzzled. This doesn't make sense. Could it be that she was attracted by my handsomeness through the mask? Golden Fox moved closer to Black Panther with a charming smile on her face. She smiled and asked, "Mr. Black, I wonder if you have the time to teach me sniping techniques." As she spoke, the Golden Fox intentionally or unintentionally squeezed her breasts with the inner side of her arm, squeezing out a deep curve of her chest. Is she trying to seduce me? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. No matter what the Golden Fox was up to, he was not going to fall for it. He raised his hand in front of him and said seriously, "Miss, please behave yourself." The Golden Fox's eyes flashed. She realized that Mr. Hay had a high resistance to lust, so she immediately changed her expression. She put away her charm and put on a pitiful look. Her expression changed faster than a Sichuan opera. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and said weakly, I just want to ask for your advice. I don't mean anything else." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Little girl, don't waste your energy. I don't like women." The Golden Fox's face froze. She looked at Han Xiao in shock and stuttered, "Could it be that you—" "No, I don't like men either." Han Xiao rubbed his chin and said, "Actually, I'm not even interested in humans. Living things are boring." The Golden Fox was shocked. She lowered her head in panic and said, I'm sorry." She then turned around and ran without hesitation. Han Xiao chuckled. "You want to use a honey trap on me? You're too inexperienced. Back in the day, I was also an impressive young man. I was just a fleeting beauty." After laughing to himself for a while, Han Xiao suddenly stopped. He let out a long sigh, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and started smoking. At this time, a car approached the manor. Han Xiao looked out and was shocked. The car was completely black. There was an emblem on the door of the car. It was a dragon circling 3 stars. It was the car of Division 13. Why are the people from Division 13 here? The mercenaries guarding the gate received Wang Yuan's instructions and opened the gate, allowing Division 13 to drive the car into the manor. Her legs, which were wrapped in a tight combat uniform, stepped out of the car. She was petite but had a beautiful curve. She attracted the attention of many mercenaries. The first person to step out of the car was Han Xiao's acquaintance, Di Su Su. At this time, Di Su Su had an indifferent look on her face. Her team members were following behind her. The group of boorish mercenaries around them whistled at her and sized up Di Su Su's figure without any scruples. A middle-aged man with wrinkles at the corner of his eyes walked out of the car. Di Su Su and the rest of the agents followed him and walked into the villa. Di Su Su suddenly felt a prickling sensation in her back, and a chill gushed out from her heart. She knew that she was being targeted by an extremely dangerous person. She immediately turned around and saw a middle-aged man in black holding a sniper rifle leaning against the wall, staring at her. His gaze was calm, but it made her involuntarily tense up. She felt a chill in her heart, and she felt a sense of danger. Who is this person? Di Su Su suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. However, she did not have time to think about it. She walked into the villa and closed the door. Beside the wall, Han Xiao looked at the backs of the agents from Division 13. The agents from Division 13 went straight to the top floor of the villa. Wang Yuan and Bennett were waiting there. Wang Yuan, long time no see. The leader of Division 13 spoke. His face was expressionless, but his tone was as if he was meeting an old friend. Mo Ran. Wang Yuan nodded. It has been at least 10 years. You are one of the trump cards of Division 13, and I am the leader of the Darknet. If not for this incident, we might not have the chance to meet again. Yes. Mo Ran nodded. He saw Bennett beside him. Although his face was still expressionless, his tone was surprised. You are here too. Bennett said unhappily, do you still want to challenge me? I have no interest in winning against you again. Humph, let's not talk about the past. Mo Ran stopped this topic. Bennett. Di Su Su and the rest were shocked. Bennett's name was well known in all intelligence agencies. Not only was he a hero during the war, but he was also one of the top 3 most dangerous targets because of his strong personal strength. Di Su Su could not help but feel nervous. Mo Ran frowned and asked, there have been battles here for more than 10 days. Although it is outside the city, it has caused a bad influence. The sound of gunfire is too obvious. What are you guys doing? Wang Yuan shook his head. We, the elders of the Darknet, have always insisted on being neutral. However, power and influence are accompanied by greed. Some of the ambitious higher-ups see us, the stubborn leaders, as obstacles in their way. They are eyeing our positions and want to replace us to control this huge force. These attackers were hired by the traitors. Xena is tracking these traitors through clues. Most of them have been eliminated. The traitors will make their final counterattack in the next 2 days. Then come to Seagull City in 2 days. We will catch up, Mo Ran said. With Bennett around, he was not worried about Wang Yuan's safety. After they finished talking, Mo Ran turned around and left. Di Su Su and the rest followed behind him. The Secret Service Operations Department was the most powerful individual force in Division 13, but they were not the best. There was a small group of people who were the secret weapons of the country. They were usually in charge of guarding the branches and taking charge of the overall situation. They were rarely seen and were known as aces. Mo Ran was such a person. Every country had such people. Now is such an eventful time. Di Su Su sighed. It seemed that Stardragon had been involved in a whirlpool since 3 months ago. First, it was the Germinal organization base hidden in the territory. Then, it was the expedition to Dark Crow Valley. The source of the information was very mysterious. Furthermore, the Germinal organization's response was very strange. The spies seemed to be looking for someone. After the Dark Crow Valley operation, the spies of the Germinal organization became even more fearless. It was as if they did not care about being exposed. They searched crazily throughout Stardragon. The situation in the West Capital was the worst. They had already captured hundreds of spies of the Germinal organization under the Wind Eye, but they were all peripheral members. They could not get any valuable information from the interrogation. Ever since Han Xiao disappeared, Division 13 had sent out a large number of agents to search for him, but to no avail. All the surveillance cameras, flight records, and entry and exit records could not find any clues. Even the agents sent to search the wilderness could not find any clues. This result was unbelievable to the higher-ups of Division 13. Han Xiao seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Where did he go? Where could he have gone? What was he going to do? Di Su had spent some time with Han Xiao before. In her eyes, Han Xiao was a mysterious person who was shrouded in mystery. She was also very curious about Han Xiao's whereabouts. Walking out of the villa, Di Su subconsciously looked at the man in black who made her feel threatened. However, he was already gone. The people of Division 13 got into the car and left the villa. Chapter 114. In the manor, Han Xiao rubbed his chin as he pondered. The face simulator had changed his appearance, and it was impossible to recognize him without close contact. He had escaped from Stardragon, but the interface had not shown any decrease in favorability. Since they had not become enemies, there was still a lot of room for negotiation. Han Xiao had a deep impression of Di Su. This woman always liked to flirt with Li Yalin, and even though Li Yalin rejected her, she would always try to get close to Li Yalin. Even her style of dressing was similar to Li Yalin's. Han Xiao could tell at a glance that the pure friendship between girls was like the blooming of lilies. 2 days later, the sniper bullet jumped out of the gun and killed the last enemy sniper a few hundred meters away. The smoking battlefield emitted a pungent smell, and the heavily injured enemies once again retreated like the tide. Han Xiao exhaled, leaned against the wall, and sat down. He closed his eyes to ease the tension in his nerves. The waves of enemies were stronger than the last. Helicopters, armored vehicles, and even small tanks were deployed. There were also many powerful supers and elite soldiers on the battlefield, which posed a great threat. You have defeated a wave of attackers, 5/5, 4th round completed. You have received 200,000 EXP. Hidden requirement prevent Division 13 from appearing failed. Additional 5th round unlocked. Han Xiao was stunned. So the hidden requirement was to stop Division 13. He really did not expect this. After thinking about it carefully, he understood why he had missed this hidden requirement. If he could end every battle quickly and not cause such a huge commotion, perhaps Division 13 would not have come. However, this requirement was too difficult. Even if he had guessed it, it would still be difficult to complete. Han Xiao was not troubled at all. Hidden requirements were always met with success and failure. It was normal. The original mission only had 4 rounds, but the failure of the hidden requirement actually triggered an additional 5th round. Is this a blessing in disguise? What kind of mission is it? Han Xiao was curious. Mission requirement changed 5th round mission, follow Wang Yuan and face danger. Mission failure condition, death. Reward, 30,000 EXP special reward, 300,000 EXP. Han Xiao stared blankly for a moment, feeling that the 5th round of the mission was strange. The reward didn't match his current points. It was actually 10 times less than the special reward. Moreover, the mission requirements were very flexible. What kind of danger should he face? The failure condition of the quest was probably set to prevent players from reviving. Bennett was protecting Wang Yuan, so the danger was most likely directed at him. This mission revealed a very obvious subtext: I'm very dangerous. 2 days ago. This was an abandoned warehouse with dim lights. At the same time, it was also Bai Jin's secret base. A wisp of nimble lightning coiled around his arm, illuminating a young face with a trace of evil in his eyes. Bai Jin flipped his palm, and the lightning entered his skin and disappeared. Ding! The computer on the table in front of him lit up. He had received an encrypted email. Bai Jin opened it. Assassination target, Wang Yuan. Location, 20 kilometers north of Seagull City, River Valley Manor. Defensive strength, 214 mercenaries, 14 blood-packed society killers, Moonlight, Dark, Hunter, Dark, Volcano, Dark, Golden Fox, Dark, Mr. Black, Scorpion, Complete defensive fortifications and firepower. Reward, 2 million. Bai Jin's eyes were gloomy as he said coldly, "You want me to do it for just 2 million? Do you think I'm on the same level as those trashy mercenaries and killers?" He replied with a rejection. Not long after, the other party sent a new email, directly raising the reward to 6 million. That's more like it. Bai Jin's lips curled up, full of evil and arrogance. From the beginning to the end, he only cared about the reward and did not care about the goal. Lightning Ember Bai Jin, a super criminal, had escaped the pursuit of the Six Nations countless times. His Esper ability had powerful destructive power. The number of bounty hunters, agents of various countries, and even German organization executives that died at his hands exceeded 3-digit. Even the military's encirclement was easily broken by him. Blue Star's individual combat strength was divided into 3 levels, like a pyramid structure. The bottom level was mostly supers who had just awakened not long ago and ordinary soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles. The second level was mostly supers, such as German organization executives like Pan Kwong and secret agents of the Six Nations. The third level was very rare, at least LV-40. They were the trump cards of various countries, some super criminals, and the leaders of various forces. People like Bennett were at the top of the third level. Bai Jin happened to be an Esper who had entered the third level. In the evening, Wang Yuan gathered everyone. "I'm going to Seagull City to contact Division 13. I need to bring along some powerful people as temporary guards. The rest of you will continue to guard the manor." Before anyone could react, Wang Yuan called out names. Moonlight, Volcano, Hunter, Golden Fox, Mr. Black, I need the 5 of you to protect me. I will increase the reward accordingly. If you're not willing, I won't force you. No problem. Hunter was the first to speak, and the others had no objections. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He knew that if he refused to follow, the mission would fail. He nodded in agreement, then looked at Bennett beside him and asked, "But is he going?" Bennett nodded. "I'll go too." Han Xiaoxin's heart sank. Bennett could protect Wang Yuan, which meant that the danger was mainly the assassins who followed him. Who was Brother Xiao? He was an experienced mission master. Suddenly, he smelled a strong sense of foreboding. At such a time, perhaps it would be a good choice to counter the poison. For example, saying things like "this mission is definitely going to go wrong" or "the enemy will definitely attack, and they will be very strong" might be effective. Of course, it was more likely that his words would come true. He followed Wang Yuan into the car and set off for Seagull City. Han Xiao realized that no one in the car was talking. They all had a "don't talk to me, let me continue to be cold" expression on their faces. He couldn't find anyone to talk to. Han Xiao turned around and saw Golden Fox hiding in a corner, as far away from him as possible. When she saw Han Xiao looking at her, she quickly turned her face away, not daring to look at him. "Isn't it just a joke? Is the shadow so big?" Han Xiao said helplessly. On the other side of the forest, Di Su Su, who had been monitoring River Valley Manor, also set off. "The target has left the manor and is heading towards Seagull City. A few assassins are following him. Keep an eye on him." The stars were shining brightly in the night sky, and Seagull City was brightly lit. This important town in the east of Stardragon was mainly industrial. There were many factories in the suburbs, and the huge chimneys were like fingers pointing to the sky. Because of the many factories, the atmosphere of the city was heavy. The sentry post was notified by the higher-ups and allowed Han Xiao's car to pass through. After passing through the sentry post, a black car from Division 13 was waiting by the roadside. A member of Division 13 walked up and said, "Mr. Wang Yuan, Officer Mo is waiting for you at the branch. Young man, please lead the way." Wang Yuan laughed. The member of Division 13 glanced at the 5 fully armed assassins. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and led the way. The 2 cars arrived at the Seagull City branch that was under martial law. Outside the gate, the member of Division 13 expressed that those with weapons were not allowed to enter. Wang Yuan nodded and turned to Han Xiao and the rest. "Then you guys can stay in Seagull City for the night. At this time tomorrow, gather here. After that, He walked into the branch with Bennett. The assassins stayed where they were and stared at each other. Volcano was a burly Shanui person. He asked in a low voice, "What do you guys plan to do?" Hunter pouted. "I'm going to the bar to have some fun." He then looked at Golden Fox and smiled. "Do you want to come with me?" Golden Fox smiled and waved her hand. "Forget it. I'm more interested in handsome men." Hunter snorted unhappily. "Hunter, I'll go with you." Volcano laughed and looked at Moonlight. "What about you?" Moonlight was expressionless. He looked very stiff. "I'll patrol around here." Volcano then invited Han Xiao, but Han Xiao waved his hand and declined. Volcano did not insist. The five of them went their separate ways. The fifth round of the mission actually gave us some free time. Danger might appear at any time. Han Xiao thought about it. He did not want to miss out on the rare free time. He planned to complete the prize pool mission in Seagull City. Since danger was bound to appear, he might as well do something else. That way, he would not waste time. Han Xiao was always vigilant. It did not matter when danger appeared. There was no need for him to deliberately hide. Chapter 115. Probably someone from Division 13. Han Xiao thought for a while and understood the reason. He did not show any abnormalities and continued walking at a normal pace. He bumped into the pedestrians and stole their hard objects, keys, phones, and the like. After turning a corner, he suddenly flashed in and threw the hard objects, breaking all the surveillance cameras. Not far away, in a command vehicle disguised as a truck, the screen of the surveillance camera turned black. Di Su Su frowned and said into the communicator, "This guy is very alert. Follow him." The person in charge of tracking him chased after him, but he was shocked to find that Han Xiao had disappeared. Di Su Su's face was solemn. Mo Ran was worried about these assassins, so he sent them to monitor them. The other four assassins were all under surveillance. Perhaps they had noticed the spies, but they had all silently allowed it. Only Mr. Black had shaken them off. Di Su Su remembered that it was this man in black who had given her a sense of danger. Gather all the surveillance cameras in the city and find him. The information was quickly gathered and analyzed with the facial recognition system. The results shocked Di Su Su. There was no one who matched the description. "Wait, have I seen this situation before?" Di Su Su immediately thought of Han Xiao, who had disappeared from the face of the earth. However, she immediately shook her head. She felt that she was being too suspicious. How could every missing person be related to Han Xiao? There were so many capable people in the world. Looks like I've been under too much pressure recently. Sigh, Xiao Linlin has been busy with the debt collectors and has no way to relax. Di Su Su sighed. Seagull City, South District, 53rd Street. This was a famous antique street. In a deserted antique shop on 53rd Street, Li Xin was locking the door and preparing to close the shop. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Li Xin looked up in surprise. An extremely handsome man was looking at her through the window. They were less than 20 centimeters apart. Li Xin's heart skipped a beat. Her face quickly turned red as if she was drunk. "You. What do you want to buy?" The handsome man knocked on the window. "Please let me in first. I want to look at the antiques." Oh, okay. Li Xin hurriedly opened the door and looked left and right at the handsome man. No matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was perfect. She followed closely behind the handsome man, her hands clasped nervously behind her back. The handsome man looked at Li Xin, smiled and asked, "Are you the owner of this shop?" He smiled. This smile was too lethal. Li Xin could barely suppress the urge to scream. Seeing that Li Xin did not speak, the handsome man approached Li Xin and asked condescendingly, "Are you the owner?" The moment the handsome man approached her, Li Xin's brain buzzed. She was so excited that she almost lost her five senses. She did not hear what he said at all. Her heart was in a mess. Seeing Li Xin's infatuated expression, Han Xiao was puzzled. He touched the facial simulator on his face and asked curiously, "What did I change into this time?" He decided not to waste any more time and directly stated his intentions. "Where is Tang Shu?" Li Xin's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly retreated, knocking over a piece of furniture. Han Xiao lifted his shirt and revealed his gun. "Take me to him." The two of them arrived at a factory that had been abandoned for many years. Li Xin nervously knocked on the door. The person inside saw Li Xin through the peephole and opened the door. This was a man who was so thin that he looked like he was about to be dehydrated. It made people worry that a gust of wind would blow him away. His appearance had broken through a new realm of wretchedness. He looked like a rat that had turned into a demon, making people lose their appetite. His pair of small eyes looked around like a thief, as if he would immediately escape at the slightest sign of trouble. This wretched man who looked like a zombie had a name that matched his characteristics, Tang Shu. He was a treasure thief and a mysterious merchant. He sold all kinds of strange things, including world gossip. His whereabouts were hard to predict. The only chance to meet him was the prize pool mission in Seagull City. The prize pool mission was competitive. It allowed many people to complete it at the same time. Each player had to pay some experience to accept the mission. These experience points would be accumulated in the prize pool and awarded to the few people with the best results. Han Xiao instantly entered the door. When Tang Shu saw a stranger, he immediately turned around and ran like a frightened rat. "Stop right there. If you run one more step, there will be a second hole in your butt." Han Xiao fired a shot in front of Tang Shu. Tang Shu hurriedly stopped. He froze on the spot, not daring to move. Cold sweat flowed down his back as he stammered, Are you Jack's man? After I finish this, I will definitely return the money I owe him. I have nothing to do with Jack. I'm looking for you for something else." "What is it?" Tang Shu carefully recalled the people he had offended. However, there were too many of them. He could not pinpoint who he was looking for. "I want to take part in this business." Tang Shu was stunned. He looked at Li Xin. "Did you find him too?" Li Xin was also confused. "No. My background is not important. Sincerity is the most important thing." Han Xiao put away his gun and calmed the atmosphere. The normal way to trigger a mission was to get Li Xin's approval, in other words, to gain favorability, before finding Tang Shu to trigger the mission. However, Han Xiao skipped this process and used force to threaten them. After a friendly discussion, he finally convinced the skeptical Tang Shu and Li Xin. There was nothing they could do even if they did not believe him. Tang Shu estimated that if he said no, he would be shot in the butt. He was very decisive. "Although I don't know why you are here to help, you seem very sincere." Tang Shu glanced at Han Xiao's gun and coughed dryly. "Anyway, I welcome you to join. You have used 2000 EXP to activate the prize pool mission. Return the antiques. Mission introduction. Li Xin's family antiques have been seized by the municipal museum. Your help is needed. Requirement: return 10 antiques to Li Xin. Number of participants: 1 accumulated prize pool, 102000 EXP mission requirement. Each antique returned will give 10% of the prize pool EXP. Note: antiques are very fragile. It is best not to break them. After the two's explanation, Han Xiao understood the cause and effect. Li Xin's father owned 10 famous antiques. When the municipal museum found out, the curator personally came and explained the various historical and cultural meanings of the antiques. He begged Li Xin's father to put the antiques on display in the museum. Li Xin's father was stunned and agreed. Later, when Li Xin's father passed away, Li Xin wanted to take back the antiques. However, the municipal museum turned hostile and denied it. They even asked the security guards to bar Li Xin at the door. They wanted to take the antiques for themselves. The municipal museum had a strong connection with the government. Li Xin had no choice but to place her hopes on a thief. By chance, she hired Tang Shu. Li Xin's thoughts could be summarized in one sentence. "Even if I break the antiques, I will not hand them over to the country." After listening to Li Xin's story, Han Xiao coughed dryly and said seriously, "You little comrade, your thoughts are very dangerous." How can you call this stealing when it comes to the country? You urgently need to improve your political awareness. Li Xin was confused. What are you talking about? Didn't you come to me and ask for help? Tang Shu whispered at the side, water must have entered your brain. Han Xiao's ears twitched. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Tang Shu. His eyes were bright. He only looked away when Tang Shu's hair stood on end. Chapter 116. When are we going to start? As long as you are ready, anytime. Tang Shu shrunk his neck and said. Han Xiao nodded to show that he understood. In his previous life, a big guild had discovered this prize pool mission. In order to maximize the benefits, they had publicized the news on the forum and attracted a large number of players. The prize pool had accumulated to an astronomical figure. In the end, they had really completed the mission. Han Xiao had beaten them to it. Although he would not accumulate such a terrifying amount of prize pool, the basic prize pool reward would definitely belong to him. As the 10 antiques had the characteristic of dropping upon death, the difficulty of this mission mainly depended on the competition between the players. However, stealing antiques from the municipal museum was not difficult at all. Han Xiao did not have any competitors, so he decided to set off immediately. Tang Shu rolled his eyes, rubbed his hands, and smiled. How are we going to split the reward? Han Xiao waved his hand. I don't need your reward. Let's move quickly. I don't have much time. Hearing that Han Xiao did not want the reward, Tang Shu immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he realized a problem. If it was not for the money, why would this uninvited guest participate in this mission? Li Xin's heart skipped a beat. All kinds of domineering CEO plots popped into her mind. She held her hands in front of her chest and looked at Han Xiao with a love-struck expression. Did you do this for me? You think too much. Han Xiao and Tang Shu spent more than an hour to arrive at the municipal museum on the other side of the city. It was late at night, and the gate of the municipal museum was closed. The surrounding streets were deserted. The cameras on the electric poles were doing their job, and the red dots were flashing steadily. The two of them hid in the alley opposite the municipal museum. Tang Shu was holding a topographic map and explaining the plan. The municipal museum has a total of 3 floors. The first and second floor are exhibition halls, and the third floor is the staff area. This is the floor plan. Our target is the exhibition area in the north corner of the second floor. I've already checked the area, and the exhibition cabinets are equipped with infrared warning devices and distance alarms. Once we get within 1 meter of them, the alarm will be triggered. There are permanent guards in the museum, so we can't alarm them. My plan is to sneak in through the skylight on the third floor, and then… Hey, where are you going? Before Tang Shu could finish his sentence, Han Xiao had already strode toward the entrance of the municipal museum. Before Tang Shu could call him back, he saw Han Xiao swing his leg and kick the door of the municipal museum away. With a loud bang, the sound was so loud that it could be heard all over the street. Tang Shu was scared silly. F***ck, what happened to the promised infiltration? What are you waiting for? Go in. Han Xiao turned around and shouted at Tang Shu. What are you doing? Tang Shu was dumbfounded. Your plan is too slow. It's just a museum, and at most a few cars of police officers. Don't waste time playing Assassin's Creed. Berserkers are the truth. Tang Shu had already seen the residents of the residential buildings opening their windows to look for the source of the sound. In less than 3 minutes, someone would call the police. Tang Shu had no other choice but to follow behind Han Xiao with a sullen face. He could only hope that Han Xiao was reliable, although the possibility was very low at the moment. The two jogged all the way to the target on the second floor. Han Xiao smashed the exhibition cabinets with his elbow, took out 10 antiques, and stacked them in his arms. Such an arrogant action immediately set off the alarm. The museum's guards were awakened and rushed over. Thieves! Hurry up and catch them. Han Xiao ran with the antiques in his arms, and Tang Shu hurriedly followed behind. When they returned to the entrance of the museum, 4 guards blocked the way. Han Xiao was carrying the antiques, so he couldn't free his hands. He smirked and turned to Tang Shu. "It's time for you to show off." Tang Shu pointed at himself in disbelief. "Do I look like I'm capable of fighting? You chose the strategy yourself." While he was talking, the guards had already rushed over. "Don't waste time." Han Xiao kicked Tang Shu's butt and kicked him toward the guards. "Hurry up, you've been strengthened." The guards raised their batons and smashed them. Tang Shu was so scared that he hurriedly pulled out a baton for self-defense and fought with the guards. As soon as they started fighting, he was hit by the batons. He was in so much pain that he hurriedly jumped back to Han Xiao's side and cried, "No, I can't beat them. TSK, I'll teach you a mysterious spell to double your combat power. Repeat after me, Rua." Han Xiao kicked the confused Tang Shu back into the group of guards again. Tang Shu couldn't win against Han Xiao, so he was furious and could only fight back. He really did smash two guards, but soon, he was hit in the back of the head by a guard. He saw stars and staggered back to Han Xiao's side. There was a hint of crying in his voice. "I really can't do it, bro. I beg you. You have a gun, so you can fight. Can you take care of them? It's useless to beg me." Han Xiao was unmoved. Without saying anything, he kicked Tang Shu back for the third time and said loudly, "I'll support you mentally. If you need, I can give you a strong force to increase your combat power." Tang Shu, who was at the end of his rope, finally managed to beat the guards to the ground. His face was covered in bruises, and he was panting heavily. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind blow past him, and he ran out of the door. King, wait for me." Tang Shu angrily followed him. The two walked through the alley. When they passed by a grocery store, Han Xiao smashed open the door and searched for a few big backpacks. He put all the antiques in them and stuffed a pile of sponges into them. He felt much more comfortable with his hands free. The siren suddenly rang. 4 police officers who happened to be patrolling nearby immediately ran over and blocked the entrance of the alley. When they saw Han Xiao with a backpack, they immediately pointed their guns at him and shouted, "Don't move." Tang Shu was at a loss. Han Xiao suddenly grabbed Tang Shu's throat and hid behind him. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at Tang Shu's head. He shouted at the police, "Put down your guns. I have a hostage." Tang Shu was stunned. How could he do that? The 4 police officers had a look of "Your King kidding me" on their faces. They didn't know what to say. A young police officer couldn't help but say, "He's your accomplice." "Who are you kidding? TSK, you failed." Han Xiao curled his lips. Tang Shu turned his head and shouted at Han Xiao, "Do you really think you can succeed? I'm just trying. There's nothing to lose." Han Xiao directly threw the backpack into Tang Shu's hands and grabbed his collar. He instantly activated his electromagnetic hover boots and rushed to the entrance of the alley. The sudden burst of speed shocked the 4 police officers. They all opened fire, but the bullets were all deflected by Han Xiao's magnetically controlled armor. Han Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and used his high speed to knock away all the police officers blocking his way. The scene was like a bowling ball hitting a grand slam. Tang Shu, who was being dragged by Han Xiao, had his mouth wide open. The wind filled his throat, and his upper and lower lips were trembling from the wind. Han Xiao saw that Tang Shu was in a mess and decisively continued to speed up. This was a bar in Seagull City. The lights were dazzling, and the music was restless. On the dance floor, men and women were swaying their bodies, and their eyes were blurred. The whole place was filled with the atmosphere of extravagance and capitalism. Volcano and Hunter each had a beautiful woman in their arms. The table was filled with bottles of alcohol. Both of them were a little drunk. They walked out of the bar with the beautiful women in their arms and prepared to go to the nearest hotel to have sex. After turning into a small alley, Hunter stepped on a puddle of water. The sound of splashing water was very clear in the quiet alley. The night wind blew on both of them, and the intoxication that was burning their nerves finally subsided a little. Even when they were drunk, they still maintained basic vigilance and constantly observed their surroundings. They had long noticed the stalker from Division 13, but they ignored him. Both of them didn't notice that a pair of eyes opened in the air behind them. Chapter 117. Moonlight walked on the streets expressionlessly. He had already circled the White Gull branch of Division 13 a few times. He said he was patrolling, and he was a man of his word. The cold moonlight shone on his body and seemed to be absorbed by his body, forming a faint silvery white light on the surface of his body. It was magnificent yet ethereal, giving him an otherworldly temperament. After walking past a deserted alley, Moonlight suddenly turned around and activated moon power, forming a white light armor around his body. His ability used the power of moonlight to increase his physical strength. His eyes turned silvery white, and his fist, which was wrapped in lustrous light, struck the air and actually hit a solid object. "Who are you?" Moonlight shouted. Under the silver radiance, a human figure appeared in the air. In the last bit of darkness before dawn, Han Xiao brought Tang Shu, who was foaming at the mouth, back to the abandoned factory and returned the antiques to Li Xin. "You have completed returning antiques. Number of participants, 1. Number of participants, 1. You have returned 10 antiques. You have received 100% of the prize pool reward. You have received 102,000 EXP. There were no competitors for this mission, so it was not difficult for him at all. Han Xiao looked at the interface. He had accumulated 700,000 EXP over the past few days. With the EXP in hand, Han Xiao turned around and left, waving his hand without taking a single cloud with him. Li Xin suddenly remembered that she had not asked for Han Xiao's name. She felt lost. She felt that Han Xiao was like the prince in her dreams. He would appear when she was in trouble, help her, and then leave quietly. Tang Shu squatted in the corner and drew circles. "I don't want to see you ever again," he mumbled. The sky turned bright. Han Xiao, who was walking on the street, found a shop window and used it as a mirror. Only then did he see the face of the face simulator. He was shocked and said, "Damn, so handsome. But it's not as good as my real face." Han Xiao curled his lips and saved this face. At this moment, Han Xiao saw a pair of indifferent eyes appear in the air behind him through the reflection of the mirror. Inside Mo Rant's office in the Seagull City branch of Division 13. 3 assassins died last night. They are Moonlight, Volcano, and Hunter. Di Su Su reported to Mo Ran. Their wounds are very similar. They were cut by a sharp weapon at high speed, pierced through the heart, and slit the throat. There were signs of resistance before they died. However, according to the clues collected from the surroundings, the battle lasted no more than 10 seconds. These 3 killers are not weak. Moonlight is a psychic, and his ability is to absorb the radiance of the moon to increase his physical strength. The murderer was able to approach these 3 killers silently. "Do you have a video?" There are no surveillance cameras in the area where the accident happened. Perhaps the murderer deliberately chose this location. Mo Ran said in a deep voice, "Are there any suspicious targets?" Di Su Su's tone was solemn. He has the ability to conceal himself and has extraordinary speed. He can easily kill elite assassins and espers. There is a person in the Great Threat target file that matches him. Hidden Demon. Wang Yuan's face darkened. It's him. Hidden Demon, a terrifying killer and psychic criminal. He was once a death row criminal in Raylan and was chosen as a test subject for a research project. As a result, his body mutated. Other than his eyes, his skin and hair gained a strong ability to conceal himself and change according to the environment. He was basically an invisible person. Not only that, Hidden Demon also awakened his own psychic ability, super reaction, and agility. Using his invisibility and psychic ability, he escaped from Raylan and became active in the underground world, becoming a mysterious killer. Wang Yuan was expressionless, but his eyes were cold. The price to hire Hidden Demon was astronomical. How much money did those traitors embezzle from the organization? Although Hidden Demon's ability was good at assassination, Bennett did not find it difficult. His 5 senses had been specially trained and were very sharp. Even if he could not see, his hearing, smell, and touch were all extended senses. He would not let Hidden Demon get within 10 meters of Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan pondered. Hidden Demon might want to get rid of my guards first. My people are most likely dead. Moran, please tell the people following me to gather now. Golden Fox is resting in the hotel, but that Mr. Black got rid of his pursuers. Di Su Su was helpless. Wang Yuan was stunned and sighed helplessly. Please send someone to find him. Sigh, as long as you do your best. Hidden Demon was a sniper's natural enemy. Even Bennett felt that Han Xiao was most likely dead. Although he liked Han Xiao, he was responsible for protecting Wang Yuan and could not help him. He could only pray that Han Xiao was on his own. The moment he saw the pair of eyes, Han Xiao immediately controlled the magnetically controlled retractable armor to cover the back of his neck and back. The next moment, a series of sparks flew from the armor as if it was cut by a sharp weapon more than 10 times in the blink of an eye. He already knew the danger of the 5th round of the mission, so he was ready to fight at any time. Therefore, he reacted immediately. The force of the impact came from behind, and Han Xiao was thrown forward into the shop, shattering all the glass on the floor. The enemy is invisible. Han Xiao realized the problem the moment he was ambushed. Falling into the shop, the sense of danger followed him like a shadow. The sound of someone moving quickly entered Han Xiao's ears. Han Xiao immediately slid back, took out his guns, and fired. He aimed at the direction of the sound of wind, but he hit nothing. The shelves were destroyed, and bullet holes appeared on the wall. The invisible enemy hit the armor again, and the sound of friction was heard. So fast. Han Xiao could only rely on his reaction to control the magnetically controlled retractable armor to block the attack. Fortunately, the armor covered 3/4 of his body, so as long as it protected his vitals, the enemy's threat was greatly reduced. The damage value that appeared on the interface showed that the enemy was in a high agility combat mode. Han Xiao looked at the combat information and learned the name of the assassin. Hidden Demon. Han Xiaoshan was shocked and felt troubled. Just like Black Spider, Hidden Demon was also on the Blue Star most difficult boss list of version 1.0 list. With the combination of invisibility and super agility, he was a natural close-range assassin. Hidden Demon is level 44, and his agility is the highest. His invisibility should only be targeted at himself, so the weapon he used to attack me could only be his fingernails. Furthermore, he is running around naked. This person is so unhygienic. My speed is not as fast as his. His agility is more focused on short-distance sprinting and dodging. Long-distance sprinting should not be his strong suit. I can use the hover boots to escape, but if I escape like this, there will be another assassination attempt. I should try and see if I can kill him first. To deal with him, I have to slow him down first. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind. His eyes became cold, and he entered his unique battle mode. Again and again, Han Xiao used the magnetic retractable armor to block the attacks. Sparks flew everywhere, and he took out a bunch of small mechanical bees the size of candy from the inner lining of his clothes. He threw them around, and these mechanical bees flew up, shining with electric light. Shock bees, also known as bee swarm, had stingers that carried high volts of electricity. When they came into contact with a human body, they could temporarily cause paralysis. Many shock bees could even form a layer of electric net, which could be used as a control skill. This was the blueprint that Han Xiao had accidentally obtained when he was developing the hover boots. A swarm of shock bees flew around the narrow area of the shop, and the effect was immediate. Hidden Demon could dodge the attacks with his speed, but his movement was restricted, and his attack frequency was reduced. Bang! 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 Han Xiao never stopped firing his guns, but he dodged all the attacks. Hidden Demon was faster than Pan Kuang. If even Pan Kuang could dodge the bullets, Hidden Demon could do better. You are good at dodging, aren't you? Let's see who has more HP. Chapter 118. You are now slightly poisoned. You will lose 3 HP per second for 60 seconds. As long as they didn't leave the range of the poisonous gas, the poisoned status would remain. Furthermore, the degree of the poisoned status would only worsen. If the Hidden Demon continued to attack, he would have to suffer the damage from the poisonous gas as well. Han Xiao was not afraid at all. He had beginner-strengthened life, and his HP was over 2000. He was not afraid of running out of HP at all. He was bold and decisive. He used an unorthodox method to drag the battlefield into an advantageous situation, breaking the enemy's invisible advantage. The situation was at a stalemate. The hidden demon couldn't do anything to him, and he couldn't hit the hidden demon either. Although I'm in an invincible position, I can't do anything to him. If this continues, the hidden demon will definitely retreat, and the final result will still be a draw. Han Xiao was determined to kill the enemy who threatened his life. After thinking about it carefully, he decided to give up on the advantageous situation that he had created. He activated his hover boots and ran away. As expected, the hidden demon chased after him. Han Xiao pretended to be a little slower in controlling the armor so that the hidden demon could see the flaw and clawed at his back. The 5 deep claw marks on his flesh were burning with pain, but his expression did not change. This was to test the hidden demon's attack on his body. You have been attacked by the hidden demon, LV44. You have lost 37 HP. A single attack can deal around 40 damage, and the attack frequency is very high. If I didn't have the magnetically controlled retractable armor, my health bar would be empty in 10 seconds. Han Xiaoxin's expression was solemn. He guessed that the hidden demon was a strong enemy in the 5th round of the mission. Perhaps the first target was not him, but another assassin had already been killed. By constantly adjusting the speed of his skateboard shoes, he estimated the speed of the hidden demon's pursuit. If I maintain the power output of my skateboard shoes at a medium speed, it'll be a speed where the hidden demon can easily catch up to me, but it won't be easy for him. I can give it a try. A new plan formed in his mind. Han Xiao immediately turned around and slid towards the airport. The hidden demon continued to chase after him. Luckily, it was dawn, and the streets were deserted. It was not time for work yet, or else Han Xiao would have been stuck in traffic. He took out his phone and quickly dialed Antonio's number, asking him to send the 2nd-generation Rangers over. He then hung up the phone and focused on fishing. Being a bait was a skill. If he made it too obvious that he had a trump card, the enemy wouldn't fall for it. It was like playing a MOBA game. If you suddenly moved forward during a matchup, others would know that you were trying to drain their health or that there was a jungler behind you. The chase lasted for a few minutes. Suddenly, the sense of danger that was pressing down on Han Xiaoxin disappeared. He immediately stopped skateboarding and looked around vigilantly. Only then did he confirm that the hidden demon had escaped and did not step into his trap. The hidden demon was very vigilant. When Han Xiao released the poison gas, he was already prepared to retreat. However, Han Xiao gave up on the advantageous environment, causing the hidden demon to think that Han Xiao couldn't withstand the poison gas. Thus, he chased after him. However, the hidden demon soon felt that something was amiss. Although Han Xiao did not reveal any flaws, his instincts told him that he was in danger. Thus, he decisively retreated and gave up on the assassination. He's too vigilant. Han Xiao was slightly disappointed. However, he quickly got rid of this feeling. If the hidden demon was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be listed as the most difficult player to kill. You said that the black spider was easy to deal with? Yes, although he was captured and brought to Bell of Death Island, he was not dead yet. This short and dangerous battle revealed some problems. When facing an enemy above LV40, regardless of whether the enemy was an agility attacker or a tank, the power of the gun was not enough. The main reason was that he could not hit the enemy often, and he did not have any powerful control skills. The problem that Han Xiao was thinking about was the awkwardness of the mechanic class in version 1.0. Normal light gunpowder weapons had limited lethality when facing supers of level 50 to 60. Although the various bombs, missiles, and multi-barreled cannons were powerful enough, it was not easy to hit supers of this level unless traps were set up beforehand. The electromagnetic Gaussian gun was the next generation of weapon technology. Be it the speed of fire or the power, it had improved tremendously. It was perfect for Han Xiao's needs. Furthermore, the bullet speed of electromagnetic weapons was higher, which made it more difficult for the enemy to dodge. However, a proper, perfect, and stable electromagnetic weapon could only be created after one had learned the advanced electromagnetic theory. The advanced electromagnetic theory on Blue Star was strictly controlled. If I want to create an electromagnetic gun now, I can only try to create my own blueprint. The theory behind the portable electromagnetic gun is not very deep, and I can grasp it myself when basic electromagnetic theory is at level 5. However, to turn it into an actual object, it will require a lot of adjustments, and it will be very difficult. If I want to reduce the research time, it will be best if I can use it as a reference. For example, I can come up with many other electromagnetic blueprints and compare them. Han Xiao frowned and pondered. Not long after, Antonio arrived with the truck. He looked around and asked, "Where is the enemy you were talking about?" "He ran away." Han Xiao jumped into the truck and said, "Let's go to the plane first. I need to repair my equipment and try out a new idea." "Are you using me as a driver?" Antonio had no choice but to drive Han Xiao to the airport. The battle between Han Xiao and the hidden demon was not small. Division 13 found traces of him and quickly reported it. A sniper who was not afraid of the hidden demon's assassination and even forced the hidden demon to retreat. Di Su was shocked. When she first entered River Valley Manor, it was this Mr. Black who made her feel threatened. He was indeed extraordinary. Bennett's eyes lit up. He was a little surprised. "Where is he now?" "He has some connections with the Farian group. He is on the Farian group's transport plane at the airport. He should be repairing his equipment," Wang Yuan said. "Don't summon him yet. Mo Ran, please ask your people to help me send a message. Ask Mr. Black to return to River Valley Manor before tomorrow morning." "Okay." Mo Ran nodded. The Golden Fox, who had been summoned, was on the side. She was scared. Mr. Black was the 4th target, and she was the 5th. Fortunately, Mr. Black had forced the hidden demon to retreat and saved her life. The Golden Fox did not think that she could survive the hidden demon's assassination. "He saved my life indirectly." The Golden Fox bit her lips. Mr. Black was mysterious and powerful. He was good at everything, but his taste was too strong. In the workshop of the military transport plane, Han Xiao repaired the magnetically controlled armor with ease. Then, he started to think about the creation of electromagnetic guns. The best model would be a sniper rifle. With his sniping ability, he could maximize the power. He had 7 potential points. Han Xiao spent 5 points to increase basic electromagnetism, basic weapon theory, and basic energy theory to the maximum level of level 5. Then, Han Xiao used basic electromagnetism as the core to form various knowledge combinations. He came up with various blueprints related to electromagnetism. He did not expect to create useful blueprints. Instead, he wanted to create practical applications for the blueprints. He tried each knowledge combination twice at most. He used less experience to obtain more blueprints. After obtaining a large number of blueprints related to electromagnetism, Han Xiao felt a little dizzy. He rubbed his temples to relieve his mental fatigue. He thought to himself, "This should be enough. I can try creating my own blueprints." The Fabian Company did not have a supply channel in Seagull City. Han Xiao had brought along electromagnetic components. Although there were not many of them, he could dismantle them and reuse them. Of course, there would be some one-use parts that would be damaged every time. The recycling rate was about 80%. Han Xiao predicted that it would be difficult to create a stable electromagnetic gun without dozens of failed attempts as a foundation. If I want to achieve a high success rate, I can only lower my standards and create an incomplete electromagnetic gun. The power and various parameters will have to be adjusted. Chapter 119. After making up his mind, Han Xiao started to work on it. The technology of kinetic energy weapons was an important part of a civilization's military power, and light weapons were even more important. The theory behind electromagnetic energy weapons was not complicated. They used electromagnetic force to propel the bullet, but the actual adjustment was very difficult. The number of coil turns, the strength of the current, the limitation of the energy source, the acceleration distance, and so on were all difficult points. Basic energy theory had reached level 5, and Han Xiao was given a new blueprint. It was a new type of energy battery, the basic energy storage cube. The players called it the Rubik's Cube. It was a precise square structure that could store 180 ohms of energy. It was most suitable for storing electricity, and its capacity was many times that of a normal high-energy battery. The Six Nations were researching other types of high-performance batteries in their laboratories, such as power batteries, superconducting batteries, and even miniature nuclear batteries, which had not been developed yet. They were suitable for different purposes, and the Rubik's Cube was a type of battery that mechanics were used to because it was convenient and fast. The same theory had countless practical possibilities. The future of technology was not fixed, and different civilizations had their own technological trends. For example, when we talk about long-range cold weapons in ancient times, most people would think of crossbows. But let's assume that if the ancient people developed another type of long-range cold weapon, not a crossbow, then the common sense that we now think of as a foregone conclusion would also change accordingly. When it comes to long-range cold weapons, we would no longer think of crossbows. Therefore, the different possibilities of technology were very interesting. As for your question, if the ancient people did not develop crossbows, what would they develop? The main point was the thought process. Self-creation failed. Self-creation failed. Han Xiao continued to experiment and failed time after time. He kept perfecting the details. It's almost evening now. Han Xiao looked at the sky and felt that it was a pity. He could only stop his work and prepare to gather. Antonio walked in leisurely. Someone from Division 13 came to look for you. What did he say? Your employer adjusted the gathering time and told you not to rush over. You just have to return to River Valley Manor before tomorrow morning. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. This was good. He would have time to continue building. Night time. Wang Yuan and the other two sat in the car. It was a smooth journey back to the manor. Wang Yuan and Bennett entered the villa and returned to the room on the top floor. After closing the door, only the two of them were left in the room. Xena has locked onto all the traitors and is currently hunting them down. The bait operation this time was very successful. As long as the traitors are eliminated, the organization can start implementing your idea. Wang Yuan's expression was serious. Bennett nodded solemnly. I have a feeling that war will break out again sooner or later. We need to build shelters as soon as possible. The Darknet's power is far from enough to complete the plan. I hope there will be more forces and organizations willing to cooperate with us. I don't know about the other powers, but the Six Nations will definitely agree. Wang Yuan said in a deep voice. You saw Mo Rant's attitude during the discussion. Stardragon's upper echelons won't oppose your plan. This is good news for the Six Nations, and it's good news for all the displaced people in the world. As long as we get the help of the Six Nations, we will definitely be able to build the sanctuary. I'm just afraid that some ambitious people will covet our resources. Bennett's eyes flashed, and a faint flame of arrogance rose in his eyes. His tone was like the cold wind that blew through the north. This is a plan that can save countless lives. I will chop up whoever dares to extend their claws. Wang Yuan was about to speak when an ear-piercing sound of electricity suddenly came from outside the manor, followed by a loud rumble. The two of them looked out the window. A thick blue lightning bolt shot into the sky outside the manor, as if it was a lightning bolt that split the sky from the ground. A large black object was blown away by the lightning bolt and smashed into an armored vehicle. It was the entrance of the manor. Bai Jin, whose body was surrounded by bright lightning, walked over from afar. He was the one who had fired that stunning bolt of lightning from 200 meters away. The gate of the manor, which had withstood countless cannon fire, was blown away by that bolt of lightning. Bai Jin did not care about sneaking in. He preferred to crush his enemies head-on. The mercenaries yelled and hurriedly controlled their machine guns and howitzers to counterattack. Bai Jin had a look of disdain on his face. Electricity burst out from under his feet, and his entire body was sent flying more than 10 meters into the air. The spot where he was originally standing was bombarded by the rain of steel bullets. In the air, Bai Jin clenched his fists and straightened them, facing a machine gun platform on the southeast wall of the manor. An even more dazzling electric light spread from his chest to his fists, and a thick, spiral-shaped electric light suddenly burst out, leaving a burning mark on the retinas of all the mercenaries. Boom! The wall where the machine gun platform was located directly exploded, and the other machine gun platforms and howitzers around it were also affected. The few mercenaries who were hit did not even have time to say a word before they were turned into charcoal in the blink of an eye. The smell was pungent, and thick smoke rose from them. The power of this attack shocked all the mercenaries. A chill ran from their tailbones to their heads, and their scalps went numb. No one could take Bai Jin's attack head-on. Volcano, Moonlight, and the others were all dead, and Mr. Black was not around. There was no expert in the manor who could defend against such a strong enemy. We can't deal with a super of this level. Some of the mercenaries had the thought of retreating. Chen Li's eyes flashed fiercely, and he gave the order to try attacking again. At this time, Bai Jin landed on the ground. The height of more than 10 meters did not injure him at all. Seeing that the mercenaries still had the will to fight, his expression turned cold. "You overestimate yourselves." After saying that, he raised his hands and slammed his palms forward. An invisible electromagnetic pulse spread out in front of him, and all the electronic components in the manor emitted crackling sounds. All of them were damaged, and the place turned dark. The mercenaries were shocked. Even the cars were destroyed, and they could not escape. Despair. The darkness spread rapidly. The villa also turned dark. Wang Yuan looked at Bai Jin with a solemn expression. "Lightning's Bai Jin. His Esper ability is self-generation, and he can control lightning. His potential level is very high. He is a super criminal who has been very active in recent years. He's just a young man who squanders his talent. The guys outside can't stop him. Let me do it." Bennett's expression did not change. He opened the window and jumped from the roof to the ground. He walked past the panicking mercenaries and walked toward Bai Jin. His aura suddenly increased, and he instantly caught everyone's attention. Only then did the mercenaries notice this person who had been keeping a low profile beside Wang Yuan. They were shocked, and hope appeared in their hearts again. There's actually a powerful guy hiding here. Bai Jin sensed Bennett's aura and licked his lips excitedly. He then activated all the electricity stored in his body and was ready to attack. "No matter how many weaklings I kill, it will not give me as much pleasure as killing a strong one." Bai Jin's eyes were extremely arrogant, and he stared at Bennett like a hungry wolf. The car of Division 13 was hidden in the forest far away, monitoring the manor from afar. Di Su secretly broke out in a cold sweat. The destructive power displayed by Bai Jin was too shocking. It was a destructive Esper ability against a military-grade Esper. "I have to report this to Officer Mo as soon as possible. If a super criminal of this level has any designs on Seagull City, the consequences will be unimaginable." Di Su picked up the phone and was about to call Mo Ran. On the surveillance screen, the auras of Bennett and Bai Jin were at the peak. The atmosphere was tense, and a fierce battle between powerful supers was about to break out at any time. Just as everyone held their breaths, at this critical moment, a thick cloud of blood suddenly burst out of Bai Jin's chest. Then, everyone heard a strange gunshot from afar. Chapter 120. Time moved forward. 2 hours ago. Holy sh**, I finally succeeded. Han Xiao's surprised voice could be heard on the Fabian military arms transport aircraft. A brand new sniper rifle was lying quietly on the workbench. Its design was very different from the gunpowder sniper rifle. It was dark green in color and looked very thick. It was wide at the front and narrow in the middle. It had clear edges and corners, and the stock was hollow. It looked like a triangular bracket. The entire barrel was half embedded in the body of the gun. The exposed part of the barrel was exposed to the air, and the coil and wire were tightly intertwined. The gun was 0. 87 meters long and was equipped with an optical multiscope. It was also equipped with an electromagnetic scanning multiscope. The two scopes could be used interchangeably. Successful. Searching database. Matching blueprints found. You have received the blueprint, Ghost Sniper Rifle, incomplete. Ghost Gauss Sniper Rifle, incomplete. Type, light electromagnetic sniper rifle quality, white basic stats, 183 to 246 attack rate, 2 shots S magazine capacity, 16 shots S range, 1100 meters damage level, 144 requirements, 45 DEX, sniper LV6 ammunition type, magnetic ammunition length, 0, 87 meters weight, 12. 6 pounds additional effect, low recoil, the recoil of the electromagnetic gun is lower. Slightly increases the accuracy of the shot. Incomplete limitation 1, power, speed, and range are lower than the complete version. Incomplete limitation 2, due to the lack of technology, the energy consumption is very high. Each shot will consume 10 owners' energy. Battery capacity, 180, incomplete limitation 3, due to the lack of technology, some materials will be damaged after 20 to 30 shots, and the parts will need to be replaced. Requirements: Advanced Electromagnetism LV1, incomplete, Basic Energy Theory LV5, incomplete, Basic Weaponry LV5, incomplete. What a pleasant surprise. Han Xiao was a little happy. He had only wanted to tinker with his own invention, and he did not expect to get an incomplete version of the blueprint. This meant that as long as the knowledge was in place, he would be able to get the complete version of the blueprint. The Ghost Sniper Rifle was a stable light electromagnetic weapon. Han Xiao was currently lacking 2 key pieces of knowledge, and the core of the knowledge was the advanced knowledge that was extremely difficult to obtain. He was already very satisfied that he was able to create an incomplete version of the sniper rifle. Even if the Ghost Gauss Sniper Rifle was an incomplete version, its output was still 2 to 3 times more efficient than the Red Falcon. Furthermore, electromagnetic weapons usually had an over-the-horizon range, and the incomplete version did not show that yet. As for the limitation of the defect, Han Xiao also had a temporary solution, which was to create enough backup batteries. This way, he would not have to worry about the high energy consumption. The only problem was that it would cost a lot of money, but this was not a problem at all for the rich technician Han. He had plenty of money. Ghost's material problem was handled in the same way. All they had to do was prepare the replacement materials. The ammunition of electromagnetic weapons was different from that of gunpowder weapons. It required special magnetic pellets or conductors, and it was impossible to use the special ammunition from before. This was a big problem, but given some time, he could integrate the principle of special ammunition into the magnetic pellets. However, in the short term, only gunpowder weapons could use special ammunition, so he was not prepared to throw away the Red Falcon. Then, Han Xiao created 2 clips of magnetic ammunition. At this time, his eyelids suddenly became heavy, and fatigue surged up like a tide. He held on to the table and took a deep breath for 3 seconds. Last night, he had not slept at all. First, he had completed the Return the Antique prize pool mission. Then, he had fought with the invisible demon and treated his wounds hastily. After that, he had started to develop new firearms without stopping until night fell. His body could take it, but his mental fatigue had been accumulating. That's it for today. Han Xiao rubbed his eyes and turned off the lathe. The buzzing workshop quieted down, and the cold metal returned to its deathly stillness. The people on the plane were resting, and Han Xiao did not want to stay here. He took his equipment, found a car, and prepared to rush back to the manor overnight. This way, he could avoid the situation where he could not make it in time if something unexpected happened tonight. With Brother Xiao's keen sense of smell, he smelled a strong scent of a flag from Wang Yuan's order to return to the manor by tomorrow morning. He had a hunch that if he really went back tomorrow morning, he might miss something, so Han Xiao decided to be cautious. After driving tiredly for a long time, he soon arrived at the forest outside the manor. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot up into the sky and reflected on his retina. Han Xiao shuddered and hurriedly braked. An enemy is attacking the manor. F***ck. This is indeed a flag. Han Xiao cursed in his heart and hurriedly turned off the engine. He carried his equipment and sneaked up to the tree. He took out his binoculars to observe the battle outside the manor and was shocked. If it's not a hidden character that I don't know, there are only 4 people in the Blue Star who have this level of control over electricity. Deuce of Lightning, Electric Eye, Ember Lightning, and a Germinal Organization executive officer. This person's lightning ability has extremely strong impact and can also release EMP, but it seems like it can only be released externally and cannot be used to stimulate the body's activity through electricity. Then, his physique should be electricity resistance, not electricity affinity. This should be Ember Lightning's performance. Another famous person in the Blue Star. After observing for a while, he finally saw Bennett walk out of the manor. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he knew that he should not make a move. Suddenly, he realized that the hidden requirement of the 5th round was probably to solve all the problems by himself and not give Bennett a chance to make a move. Only this could explain the difference of 10 times between the mission reward and the special reward. With that in mind, Han Xiao immediately picked up the Ghost Sniper rifle, opened the scope, and aimed at Ember Lightning from afar. Flaming Will! Han Xiao yelled in a low voice. Don't be mistaken, there was no need to shout to trigger the skill. He just felt that it would be more exciting this way, and the chances of Ember Lightning would be higher. 1/10 of his energy was instantly depleted. You have added Flaming Will. Your next attack will deal 180% base damage. Ha, what did I say? How can I get a critical hit without shouting the skill name? Han Xiao immediately pulled the trigger. The electromagnetic gun shook slightly, and the exposed part of the gun suddenly lit up with blue electricity. The special magnetic needle bullet was fired out of the gun and disappeared from sight with a flash of blue light. The initial speed of the bullet was about twice as fast as the gunpowder gun, making it more difficult for the enemy to react. The recoil was very small, and the impact on accuracy was negligible. The needle bullet with blue light penetrated Ember Lightning's body in an instant, and Ember Lightning had no time to dodge. The bullet hit his heart, and a cloud of blood burst out. Damage notifications appeared on the interface like a stream of water. You have dealt 200% sneak attack critical hit to Ember Lightning, LV48. You have dealt 200% critical hit to Ember Lightning, LV48. This attack has gained the bonus of Flaming Will. Base damage is 190, theoretical damage, x 180% equals 342. This attack has gained the bonus of critical hit, 342 by 400% equals 1368 damage. You have dealt 1175 damage to Ember Lightning. Damage reduction has been calculated. You have dealt a heavy blow to Ember Lightning's heart, dealing more than 1/3 of the target's maximum HP. Ember Lightning has entered a state of severe bleeding, losing 2% HP every second for 10 seconds. Ember Lightning has entered a state of paralysis, unable to move, defense reduced by 30% for 3 seconds. Ember Lightning has entered a state of weakness, all attributes reduced by 50% for 30 seconds. Ember Lightning spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. His heart had been pierced, and all his strength was draining away. He looked in the direction where the bullet came from, his eyes filled with pain and disbelief. Bennett was also shocked. Even if Ember Lightning was an Esper and had a relatively average physique, he had the protection of energy. How could he have been hit so badly by a sniper's bullet? The power of this shot was beyond his imagination. How can I die here? Ember Lightning, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, was extremely frightened. His face was pale as he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Before he could finish his thought, Han Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, fired again. A stream of blood spurted out of Ember Lightning's left eye, and the bullet drilled into his brain. The third shot followed closely. It also drilled into Ember Lightning's left eye, sending his skull flying. Red and white matter splattered all over the ground. Fatal attack. Ember Lightning fell to the ground. His other intact eye was filled with frozen shock and indignation. The whole place was silent. These 3 shots were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, silent but deadly. They carried the aura of a ruler of life and death, as if they were filled with the aura of death. It stunned the whole place. Bennett sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 shots. Only 3 shots. An Esper criminal, who could fight an army head-on, who made the special agents and superheroes of various countries helpless, was killed in an instant. The surrounding mercenaries were shocked. The development of the situation was completely out of their expectations. That unstoppable enemy like the God of Thunder was killed in 3 shots just like that. Unbelievable. In the car of Division 13, Di Susu's eyes were wide open, and her voice was trembling. Chapter 121. Han Xiao looked up from behind the scope with a surprised expression. He was also shocked by the power of the 3 shots. The second shot had hit a vital point and dealt a critical hit. Coupled with the fact that Bai Jin's attributes were greatly weakened, the damage was almost doubled. The damage of the first 2 shots was off the charts. Han Xiao estimated that a level 48 Esper like Bai Jin, who was strong in offense but weak in defense, would have around 2,500 HP. Hence, the third shot was judged to be a lethal attack, directly killing Bai Jin. Most importantly, the first shot had dealt an explosive amount of damage, which had multiplied by several times. It had directly knocked White Ember to his knees, turning him into a sitting duck. Backstab damage equals siege crossbow. This was indeed common knowledge. You have killed Bai Jin, LV-48. You have received 64,000 EXP. You have killed a target 14 levels above you. Bonus 360% EXP. Total EXP, 230400. Your damage output is 100%. You have received 230,400, 100%. EXP. Han Xiao did not expect that he would be able to successfully kill a target that was above his level. He had received nearly 300,000 EXP in one go, making up for the loss of constantly fusing blueprints to create the Ghost Sniper rifle. He still had some left over. Looking outside the manor again, the whole place was eerily silent. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that a huge battle would break out, and they were all prepared for a tough battle. However, things had happened too suddenly, and they were all stunned. Ta-ta-ta. Footsteps sounded in the forest, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on the source of the footsteps with curiosity, awe, and shock. At this time, dark clouds gradually covered the moon, and the silvery moonlight disappeared inch by inch. At this time, Han Xiao walked out of the forest in a black trench coat. Only the lower half of his face was illuminated. The moonlight seemed to shrink as he moved forward, and darkness spread with his footsteps. He was like a nightmare that came with the night, a ghost that was always hidden in the night. This extremely handsome appearance immediately caused a series of gasps. The image of this moment was like a brand that was deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone. Everyone knew that they would never be able to forget this scene. Mr. Black. It's actually him. Everyone was shocked. They knew that Mr. Hay was very strong, but they did not expect him to be this strong. Bennett was very surprised. He didn't expect that he would make a mistake this time. With the destructive power that Han Xiao had just displayed, it was enough to pose a threat to him. When Han Xiao came closer, Bennett couldn't help but praise, "Well done. It's just SOSO." Han Xiao never forgot to be modest. Looking around, Han Xiao saw that the surrounding mercenaries were staring at him without moving. He said in a deep voice, "Don't just stand there, go do what you need to do." The mercenaries seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly began to repair the manor's fortifications. They all subconsciously allowed Han Xiao to give orders. Bai Jin's corpse was moved in and casually covered with a cloth. No one would forget that this was the corpse of a powerful super. Every time they saw it, their respect for Han Xiao deepened. The enemy's corpse was a medal. Han Xiao walked into the villa, and Wang Yuan came over. This time, his smile was no longer polite. It was full of admiration and sincerity. He said, "What an amazing 3 shots. Even this old man was shocked by you. You're too polite." Han Xiao waved his hand and glanced at Bennett beside him. "With him here, Your life won't be in danger at all. Wang Yuan smiled and said, I've checked the files. The Rothschild family recommended you for this mission. Your strength is far beyond the standard of a Scorpion grade. I'll directly promote you to Ghost grade. This was an obvious gesture of goodwill. Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised to be promoted to Ghost grade in one try. He nodded and accepted Wang Yuan's goodwill. In the forest, Di Su Su reported Han Xiao's performance with a solemn expression. Mr. Black has terrifying sniping abilities, and his destructive power is unpredictable. I suggest adding him to the list of major threats. Permission granted. Mo Ran said in a deep voice. Division 13 had a record of all extremely dangerous targets, which was the so-called major threat file. Han Xiao's performance had already attracted their attention, especially since he was a sniper, a profession that specialized in assassination. Early the next morning, Wang Yuan gathered all the mercenaries and stated that the guard mission was over, and that the payment for the mission would be directly credited to their accounts. With all the traitors in the organization captured, Wang Yuan's goal was accomplished. As for the hidden demon, since his employer was dead, he naturally wouldn't continue to assassinate him. Han Xiao checked his bank account. This time, he had received 2 million, which was twice as much as the original reward. After thinking about it, he understood that this was the extra reward that Wang Yuan gave him. His performance in the last 3 shots was worth this price. Round 5 completed. You have received 30,000 EXP. Hidden requirement Bennett did not join the battle completed. You received 300,000 EXP. This time, there was no new chain quest, which meant that the chain quest was over. At this time, the experience points accumulated had directly broken through the 1 million mark. The reward for this mission was very generous. I've finally completed this mission. Han Xiao felt a lot more relaxed. He found Bennett and gave him the Lock HOC sniper rifle. You're giving me a gift again? Bennett was very surprised. Seeing that the gift this time was to his liking, he said helplessly, What do you want? I want to learn combat techniques. Why is it this sentence again? Bennett's head hurt. After thinking for a while, he decided to teach Han Xiao the techniques that were suitable for his sniping ability. In my early years, I was an assassin who specialized in stealth in the dark. Perhaps these techniques of mine will be of some help to you. After listening to the explanation for an hour, Han Xiao received a new mission. You have triggered Level D mission, Night Stalker, class change, mission introduction. You have learned some special techniques from Bennett's explanation, but you still need to perfect them with practice. Mission requirements: complete 5 assassination missions in a dark environment, level is not limited. Reward: receive, Night Stalker, class. Night Stalker, this was the subclass that Han Xiao had wanted to get from Bennett for a long time. He would be able to learn skills such as stealth, and critical strike bonus. Together with his Flaming Will and Ghost Sniper rifle, he would be able to perfect the combat style of the stealth sniper style. Furthermore, he would have a chance to activate the Lethal Shot talent. Furthermore, this subclass was very rare in version 1.0. The attribute bonus was not low, and the experience required to level up was less than the main class. Just leveling up the main class required a huge amount of experience, and the subclass was mainly used to increase his combat abilities. After finishing the explanation, Bennett paused and said, I can see that your ki is not strong, but your killing power is incredible. This is my number. You can call me anytime. Of course, I may need you to do something for me in the future. What do you think? Okay. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He immediately thought of the other main mission related to Bennett. Naturally, he had no objections. They exchanged numbers. He forgot to mention that Han Technician was no longer using the black brick phone that Division 13 had given him. The guarding mission was finally over, and the mercenaries in the manor heaved a sigh of relief. They started to pack up and prepare to leave. Han Xiao walked around and received a bunch of phone numbers from the leaders of the assassins and mercenaries. He had gained a lot of connections, and these people might come in handy one day. Golden Fox took the initiative to give her number to Han Xiao and ran away in a hurry. She was in awe of Han Xiao's strength, but she could not accept his taste in women. She had no intention of doing anything. The manor became quiet, and everyone started to leave. Han Xiao drove back to Seagull City's airport and boarded Fabian's plane. After completing 2 high-reward missions, Han Xiao had accumulated a huge amount of experience. The general plan for the last period before the public beta would be based on the missions that were mainly for rewards. I have already become a ghost-level assassin. Missions, commissions, and intelligence have priority. Now that I have paved the way, as long as I do it step by step, I will definitely be able to obtain legendary points. Then, I will be free to complete the last goal, F***CK Germinal. I hope you guys can withstand my storm-like love. Han Xiao smiled slyly, but at the same time, it was very cold. In the Intelligence Department of Division 13, the head of the Intelligence Department received a file transfer report. It was an application for Mr. Black to be transferred into the file of a major threat target. Mr. Black. Origin and birth unknown. Currently, he is an assassin of the Blood Pact Society. He has only completed 2 missions. He destroyed the Rose militant mercenary group in the Somar Desert and displayed extraordinary sniping skills when he was guarding the River Valley Manor. He repelled the invisible demon and killed embers of lightning with 3 shots. This person is extremely vigilant and has excellent stealth skills. Appendix. Once shook off the stalkers of Division 13. Furthermore, he is a mechanic. His boots have the ability to glide at high speeds. The sniper rifle he uses is a specially made weapon with amazing lethality. He requires special attention. Another powerful guy has appeared. Sigh. After reading the information sent by the Seagull City branch, the head of the Intelligence Department sighed. He took out his seal and stamped it on the footer of the document. Entry approved. Something big happened in the underground world. There was a shocking change in the Darknet's assassin ranking list. An unknown assassin with the codename Mr. Black had rocketed from the top 1,000 to the 23rd assassin ranking list. I have never heard of this name. What is his background? The Darknet's ranking list has always been fair. It is impossible to manipulate it. Go and find out about Mr. Black's background immediately. In the strongholds of different forces, many people were calling each other to ask around. The underground world's intelligence network was interconnected, and the basic information was quickly obtained. Some of the mercenaries and assassins who had fought side by side in River Valley Manor leaked the information. Han Xiao's achievement of killing by Jin in 3 shots had instantly attracted the attention of the underground world. The first reaction of those who knew the name of Lightning Mauler was to think that the information was fake. However, they were faced with concrete evidence. A mercenary took a picture of Bai Jin's tragic death. It was a wound caused by 3 gunshot. The experienced assassins were shocked. Although Bai Jin was strong in attack and weak in defense, he was still a high-level blue star. He was not afraid of bullets. How could he be killed in 1 shot? More people went to investigate Mr. Black's background, but they found that this person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. No one knew his previous identity. He was like a ghost that suddenly appeared and floated in the underground world. Mysterious and powerful, Mr. Black's code name began to become famous in the underground world and entered the list of many forces. The old-school theory was that assassins should hide in the dark. Being famous was tantamount to failure. However, for the Blood Pact Society, being famous was the only way to get customers. Fame was also a deterrent. Anyone who dared to threaten the Darknet would have to consider whether they could withstand the continuous assassination of the Assassin Alliance. Since the veteran assassins of the Blood Pact Society died, left, or retired, the reputation of the Assassin Alliance was declining day by day. The Blood Pact Society was faintly trying to make Mr. Black their signature. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.